whisper our lips, sweet as poison. Felt ill from your kiss. I got drunk off your demons. One sipping, I'm lovesick. Built a home, turned to ruins. Followed you into the night. Couldn't let you leave, watch you leave. Oh, nothing less come daylight. Come daylight. You played with my head, guilt free in my bed. So used to being forsaken, go on my own now. Feels like home in our ruins. Followed you into the night. Couldn't let you leave, watch you leave. Oh, nothing less come daylight. Come daylight.
seen it, but you fall apart. Even though you told me to get back your heart, I still spin inside your orbit. Yeah. You say that I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you'll stop and make me have to stay, 'cause I'm floating in your orbit. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. Just my luck, push me away. You understand? There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand, call my name. You understand? I wanna stay, 'cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. Just my luck, push me away. You understand? There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand, I wanna leave. You understand? I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. I wanna see you, but you fall apart. Even though you told me to get back your heart, still spinning inside your orbit. I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you'll stop and make me have to stay, 'cause I'm floating in your orbit. Pull me back, take my hand, call my name. You understand? I wanna stay, 'cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. Just my luck, push me away. You understand? There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand, I wanna leave. You understand? I wanna stay, 'cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Pull me back, take my hand, call my name. You understand? I wanna stay, 'cause I don't wanna walk away. Cause I don't wanna walk away.
And welcome everyone to the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. Of course, it's me here, Contra, alongside with Play of the J. We'll be taking you to another five more rounds for today. And of course, all thanks to Geek Events, KK Revolution, and not forgetting PUBG Corporation and Cause and Effect for bringing us the entirety of the show. Play of the J, we got a whole lot to cover for today. How are you feeling?
I'm doing good, man. You're very vocal at the moment with double voice, FYI. But regardless, I am doing fantastic today, man. I am looking forward to getting stuck into the second half here of the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. So, looking forward to seeing all the action. We've been seeing incredible rounds coming up to this point in time, and we got another 5 matches for you, all ladies and gentlemen. So, I hope you are nice and comfortable and ready to rock and roll because we've got a party that is about to start.
Yeah, and of course, we'll be taking you through all the formats for today. If you guys might have missed out some couple of all these games that may have came by, or this might just be your first time tuning in, we always welcome new faces here at the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. So starting off, we'll be starting with 3 rounds inside Miramar, followed by Rangel, and of course, it'll be pretty much the reverse for tomorrow, where we'll see 3 Arangel runs and 2 Miramar. So this is going to be day number 4, where we'll be starting off our 16th game of the entirety of the 30 game run. So yesterday we've already had a lot of interesting plays coming into Miramar. Is there going to be any sort of difference that you expect coming into the table?
Well, I think we can still. I don't think it would be necessarily Miramar centric because I think we haven't noticed over the previous 15 rounds that any team in particular has really risen to the challenge on one map more than another. You know, that is notable, I feel. So to me, it's more just about who is continuing to have a little bit of momentum as we progress forward. So, I mean, if we saw yesterday, I mean, definitely Battle Arena leads they're proving to be consistent across the board. But I think we did see some good games coming out from Team Max. They managed to take the win as well yesterday on Miramar as well. So I would expect to see them continue their good run. PMA also getting some decent results on the board as well. So I think it's going to be more from this perspective. But yeah, looking at the overview, as Contra did mention, we will be continuing to alternate between 3 rounds of Miramar and Erangel until we finish on day number 6.
And of course, I'll be using the super rules to play every single one of these matches where the chicken dinner brings you 10 points, 6 points for second place, and we see the number going all the way to 1 on 8th. Anything from 9th to 16 does not result to any points at all. This is where every single kill point does matter for them to really stack up upon the rest. And of course, they are battling for the whopping 10,000 US dollar prize pool to be given out to the victors of the tournament, and we also have the PCS2 slot available for the team that will be able to take the championship.
Yeah, so a lot of prestige and money on the line for all of these teams, and they're going to keep trying as much as they can to make sure that they can deliver. And I would think that given the fact that this is a 30-round series, these teams really do have the chance to bounce back in the later stages, to be able to get some of the glory. So we'll see how things will shape up in that department. But in the meantime, let's take a look at our participating teams here at the grand finals. Our first 8 here will be Battle Arena Elites, Team Hype, PMA, Vites, Team Max, Bad Boys Gaming, CGM Wolf, and the Rejects.
We also have FFGKXS joining alongside with 24K Gaming, Tactical Rape, Huruhara, Area 51, Revive Team, Acer Esports, and last but not least, Q Rifted. So these are all the 64 players, or some may also say 63, to be playing out for the entirety of the tournament. So far, of course, we do see Arena Leads taking quite a huge lead. So the question here is, can the Rejects or any other team put any numbers as close as that could be?
Yeah, and well, it is a huge points total. It's not insurmountable by any stretch of the imagination, but yeah, right now Battle Arena leads leading with 195 points. In second place, still the Rejects going to be almost 40 points off the pace at 158. So that's going to be something that these guys are going to have to try and tackle in day number 3. We did see that at the end of it, Flood was going to be leading the way. 47 kills after 15 rounds, absolutely insane. And Sophia going to be getting 37 himself. Bio62 with 32, Cheesy Kimbat with 30, and Neferhor with the 25. So very familiar people to see in the fragging charts. We'll probably see a little bit more of them later today as well.
Yeah, the other day we do have Spaggy on the chart as well, but today it's been taken over by Neff as well as by 62. So we do expect many more changes to come throughout the day number 4. So we reached the halfway mark, and this is where they really have to put the pedal to the metal to really chase up on those points. And there's not going to be any single game that will be pretty much a free game for them to just, waste in this particular way. But here are the top DBNO, the whole lot of knocks going over inside of Flood, which means that he could have possibly hit even more, almost going to be getting that 100K mark if he can just secure every single one of these kills. While we also have Neferhor and Sophia from Battle Royale Elites, 30, 29, and Batman joining around along the side with Cheesy Kimbap from the Rejects.
Yeah, Flood definitely getting higher knocks here rather than kills. Definitely shows that he is providing for his team, and it's not just all about getting for himself. So that's definitely a huge asset. As I think both of these teams, the top 2 teams that we have, Battle Arena Elites and also the Rejects, they do rely a lot on that team synergy and contributions from each of the team members. But definitely, we would say that. Flood has contributed a little bit more than his teammates. Not to say his teammates are slouching, but definitely he is setting quite the standard here at the Singapore and Malaysia series.
So far, definitely putting up some really great plays throughout the entirety of the past 3 days that we saw early on, and I definitely do expect some other teams somewhere perhaps in the middle of the bracket to really bounce upwards, especially with Team Max really cruising in such a rapid pace back in day number 3, where they got not only a chicken dinner but very consistent run for them throughout all those 5 maps.
Absolutely. And I think we have seen a little bit of movement for the chasing pack as well. Since we first started, CGM Wolf sliding all the way down from day number 1. They were in 3rd place right behind our 2 leaders. And then, yeah, now they're currently residing in that 7th place. Albeit they are tied with the 5th and 6th place teams of Team Max and 24K Esports on 92. PMA and Hype, of course, still maintaining somewhat in terms of the overall pacing. We could probably expect to see a little bit of movement here. But yeah, if anyone is going to start shifting gears, this is the time to do it. Midway point, you still got enough rounds to be able to put some serious points on the board.
And let's have a look into the top survivor chart for day number 3. So we got Flood really getting on the top of the board for every single one of the best results with 278 minutes and 41 seconds on the clock. He survives almost half a minute more as compared to Neferhor here with 354 minutes and 58 seconds. Batman will come in 3rd place here, 354 as well. And also Live Action 29 here representing Team Hype with 346, 58 seconds. And also Cheesy Kimbap here with 346.
Absolutely. So good survivability skills coming out from all of these teams. So I think they're all going to be able to contribute in their own ways, by getting into the later stages. But of course, it's having your teammates there beside you. So the fact that we see Flood and Neferhor together there, that's very indicative that they're definitely going to be able to sustain each other into the later stages. And that's going to be exactly how you're going to win. It's not going to be about making sure that you just have one guy who's left towards the end. But let's not forget, of course, we did have some great individual performances in yesterday's game. I think you did mention Spaggy as well. He did actually manage to get a number of kills as a solo squad member there for the Rejects yesterday. He took out 3 people from Tactical Rayab, PMA, one from PMA, and the other one from Area 51. So he managed to do all that by himself. So that's pretty good effort coming out from the Rejects player. But yeah, we'll see if those solo squad members that do survive in the later stages are able to have as such a great of an impact.
Yeah, so far a lot of great solo showing. Maybe today we'll be seeing even more of these names really pop up. One name that I feel some of all these viewers might have felt he is underrated is Dara Jibat, because Dara Jibat so far game after game he has consistently get frags for his team, but although he did get a couple of frags, they didn't really see his name up on these boards today. But let's have a look in towards the most damage being dealt, and no questions asked, it's gonna be a flood right here with 9k point 813. So, well, I don't know, like even if he rests for a day, I think his name will still be on the board.
Yeah, I mean, this pretty much nothing stopping this man, the former Atletico player, has been doing work here for Battle Arena Elite. Sofia also relatively recently coming back to the squad that he had previously left to play in the professional Taiwan circuit. I mean, he's also been putting in quite a bit of work as really a lot of people just not able to come close. Bio62 actually having a little bit more damage dealt there than Sophia. I think he's been quite the contributor for 24K. And, I don't really see him slowing down. But again, it's like what we were talking about in the previous days. It's whether or not the supporting cast from 24K is going to be able to rise to the challenge as well.
That is definitely the key factor for 24K to really take in some games. We've seen them get chicken dinners before. Hopefully, they will be back to their winning games. And as for Cheesy Kimbap, yes, it was another good showing from him, as he did get a 3K to really take on some of the teams in really sticky situations near that power grid area of Miramar. So now for Horus, he's gonna be the last man to be joining in the rankings as well on Day Tree's most damage dealt. So, but Battle Arena leads definitely no strangers to playing extremely aggressive, and yet again still having themselves well protected into some certain terrains. But you know, uh, we saw the Rejects really put up a really great first game of Day Tree, and after that, they kind of fell out of the chase already with Arena leads managing to take 2 chicken dinners yesterday.
Yeah, and I think they did it with quite a bit of emphasis as well. I think they had a few good rounds, maybe only one chicken dinner. I think that was the first round on
Oh yeah.
Miramar, where they comprehensively trashed the opposition. And by opposition, I mean everyone. Everyone died basically, and no one could finish them. They managed to end the game with that full squad. I think it was going to be the fifth round from yesterday, of course, that we did have some interesting turn of events. But let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen, here at our overall leaderboard. Currently, Battle Arena Elites will be leading the pack by a substantial margin, almost 40 points there, and they're going to be having 129 kills. And just let that sink in for a little bit here. These guys have been absolutely terrorizing everyone.
Yeah, and haha, I don't know. Like, I'm pretty sure some of the teams here might have desperately asked for a donation of points if that is ever possible. But of course, this is still a competition. No such thing as that. Well, Team Hype has been moving into third place with really great performance coming in from yesterday with Rabadoin and Co. PMA so far consistently being inside of the top 5, but the new name that has joined in is going to be Team Max here with 90 points, 92 points being shut across by 24K and CGM Wolf. So this is where things get very, very interesting, and I really can't wait to see our first game of today to, of course, witness some changes between the fifth to seventh place.
Yeah, and I think Team Max, yeah, they got to be really happy with the kind of result that they managed to pull out here. Let's not forget the clutch moment in the very final round of yesterday. They did manage to overcome the 2 versus 3 fight with the CGM Wolf players. They managed to overcome that and then still take out the last FFG player to be able to close out that game. So, but yeah, that was a really crazy one, and I think despite the fact that we see such a lead by Battle Arena leads at the moment, it was definitely exemplifying that there's always a bigger fish on the battlefield, and even the Battle Arena elites, while they were holding the Alamo quite well, I dare say it was a little bit difficult later on for them to really circumvent the challenge that was coming in from everyone else, and they got ambushed by other teams as well, trying to attack the compound. Eventually, CGM Wolf would be taking the compound and taking that final fight versus Team Max.
Mm-hmm. And Team Max eventually closed that out really convincingly as well. We saw teams like Vites as well as Area 51. They also do have some golden moments from yesterday, but so far Area 51 has not been able to secure a single chicken dinner just yet. Revive Team also got one for themselves. Pretty much very recently in some of these games. And the surprising thing to me is that Acer Esports and CGM Wolf, they played so many of these games. They got a lot of points stashed up, but they haven't found that winning formula just yet.
Yeah, I think that you highlight these teams, especially CGM Wolf, knowing how many second and third placings that they managed to get, perennial underachievers, it would seem, and hopefully they can turn the corner here as well. I think day number one did see them have very good pacing with the rest. As we did say at the start of the show, they did manage to come in that third position. So that was something that eventually slid all the way back down as really, they just didn't have a very good day number 2 and day number 3. Sometimes they would go just pile straight into the center of the circle without seemingly having a larger plan involved, and they would take fights with teams that they didn't have perfect information on as well. And sure, not everyone is going to be able to have that information, but there didn't seem to be like a checklist or a methodology for them to make sure that they could know where the surrounding area was, whether it's going to be a little bit more on the dangerous side, whether it was going to be in the lines of sight of other teams, this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I would certainly agree. And with that, we hope that CGM Wolf will be able to return back to their solid form where day number one, yep, no chicken dinners whatsoever, but they did get those second placings, third placings in most of these games. And of course, today, brand new day, brand new start for all top 16 here. Make sure you guys give in your support. Pop in the comments down below which team are you supporting. Say go, hashtag, whether it's BAE or any of these 3 letters of those teams out there. And of course, hopefully, these players there will be able to read them right after the game. But we've got news that we might be able to actually get ourselves ready for that first flight and towards Miramar. So Jay, I believe that we are definitely in for a ride.
Oh, absolutely. As this is now getting towards the business end of the series, and that's exactly when teams start to pull off all the stops. They're going to go ham on the opposition, and even teams like okay, maybe Battle Arena at least they have a little bit of leeway, but I think like we definitely saw them try some different strats earlier on. So any of that kind of trying of different strats and everything from other teams, I think, yeah, they're just going to try and play their A game. They want to get those points on the board. They've had enough time playing around, and they want to be able to represent Malaysia, of course, at the APAC level, as it's going to be quite the prestigious honor. So we'll see if certain teams are going to rise to the challenge. And at the same time, because of that notion that it is the business end, some teams might just get a little bit hot under the collar with the expectation that they need to perform, they need to be able to contest, like that race that the Rejects is currently facing right now, as they are the closest team to Battle Arena Elite. They got to be sweating under the collar.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they get even more sweatier as they get themselves in between those desert dunes. But even for those teams that may not be around that corner, they want to make themselves in towards the top eight because there's bigger chunk of prize pool for the players who are in better position. And seems like we've already got ourselves the flight going past in towards these deserts of Miramar, and we'll begin from the northeast side all the way down towards the southwest. So, without further ado, let's kick things off here and let's see who will be some of the first few teams that hops off the plane to get themselves some early head start.
Round number 16 is now underway, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience, and we're looking forward to seeing how these teams want to react. I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing a lot of different initial strategies or drop locations from these teams. I think, given the choice, we've seen teams go for a very consistent kind of drop, but we'll see if that is going to happen. But right now, we are receiving some information from production that we might be having a remake. So do bear with us while we try and update you on the happenings and whether or not we need to. Yeah, I think we will be seeing quite a bit of action at the start here, regardless.
Yeah, and the opening rounds we already see Flood's name popping up again and again. He gets 2K right there, but unfortunately, it seems like we will need a little time to get this sorted out. It seems like once again some player might have accidentally missed their flight, but we're gonna be docking back in towards the airports, and hopefully the second flight will be pretty much good for him, but we were just about to get everything hyped up for game number one, but as we do have a little bit of time here to talk about what's really going on within the leaderboard standings and all the other teams, a 40-point gap, plus minus, between rejects as well as Battle Arena Elites was created just yesterday, where the day before we only see a 4-point gap. So this is something that we didn't really expect. So, what do you think was the issue for the rejects here? Where was it really because uh, Battle Arena elites were really hunting them down to gun them off really early, or could it be other reasons that has been brought up?
Well, I mean, when I look at the situation, I mean, there was definitely that very first game yesterday that did come to mind that Battle Relays was going out of their way. But I mean, at the same time, you could say that it was a normal altercation between the teams, and just so happens that yeah, the two Battle Arena Elite players, they're going ham on the last two remaining members of the Rejects, and they were going to be able to exploit that to the maximum. So given all that, I do think that it was a one-off situation. And right now, the gap that opened up that we saw subsequently, let's remember that at the start of yesterday, there was only a 4-point gap currently between those teams. And then that grew to the considerable size that it is now. And honestly, I just think that the Rejects, they didn't quite show up yesterday. Even the win that they had yesterday was, as we did say, Spaggy's heroics, definitely awesome stuff to watch. But is it something that you can rely on and sustain? It has to be the full team effort, and didn't quite see it coming out from them. And it didn't help that right after they won that second round of yesterday, round number 3 did actually see a whole bunch of how do I say, awkward dying quite early at the water town. Huruhara was there to say hello, and yeah, it didn't really work out all that much. And I guess that was kind of the story for the other rounds as well, that we didn't go into a lot of detail here because they did lose the players early on. And yeah, you need that squad cohesion to last you into the later stages and get those good big results.
Yeah, and I really think that they really have to be very consistent with that. Like you said, winning one game, the next game they drop into its the quarters of Watertown, and eventually met up with Furuhara, which uh, of course led them to play out with only one man. There were a couple more instances like that where Batman was the final guy surviving inside of the last Miramar round, and he was all alone. He couldn't seem to be able to survive all too much. So I guess like they still have some stuff to work with back on the drawing board. But as for the other teams like PMA, I felt this team here has been relatively unique. Some of these games they either get really high volume of kills, or the next game they plan to play a little bit more passively, hoping to survive until phase 7 onwards before they start pulling a lot more triggers. So these are teams that are a little bit more adaptive towards certain situations, and I really want to see more from PMA as well as Team Hype.
All right. Yeah, I totally agree. But ladies and gentlemen, do bear with us. We will be taking a short break. And when we return, we'll bring you match number 16 here for the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
哇，5个急救吗？저거 뭐야?
Level 3 vests and helmets with the...
What the f***이다. 이렇게? 아치! 조금 많은데 저거.
Oh, what? Duncan's M4? No!
Yo, baby! Whoa!
And welcome back once again. This is going to be the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series here. My name is Aaron Contrachan. We have J Lim, also known as Play of the J, and we are about to begin our game as we'll take flight in towards Miramar FPP. Game number 1 out of 5 for day 4, and we've already hit the halfway checkpoint already, so this is going to be game 16 out of 30.
Yeah, and I wonder if we're going to see a little bit of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. We talked a lot about whether teams are going to be showing up or not. But yeah, I guess there are loads of teams here which I feel that they can really make a turn. And we've already highlighted a few of them, so I'm not really going to go over each and every one. But I do feel that, a lot of them did come in with quite a bit of expectation because of the experience and skill that they have on their respective rosters. I think, of course, we have talked about CG and Wolf. ACR Esports, that's one that we've also been talking about. I think FFG is the one that maybe is a bit further down the table that we would expect to see maybe a little bit higher, given that they've been around for a long time. Albeit, yeah, they have had roster changes as time goes on, but I do feel that they do have the significant experience that is required to be able to make it through such a long marathon such as this.
And I'm pretty sure that this itself is a brand new experience for the likes of Manny. As for some of all the other teams, maybe they might have treated some screams to be pretty much similar in terms of pacing, but you know, 5 games a day is something that not many of the teams are all too used to. Sometimes you get maybe a 2 to 4 rounds in total, but if you're gonna be playing 5 games every single night, yeah, it can be pretty much exhausting as well. But now that we have 6 days of play here, they really got to make sure that they still have enough energy to cross that finish line.
Yeah, I mean, it is consecutive days of tournament, 5 rounds a day. It is not a small feat. These guys really have to dedicate a lot of time. And you imagine if there's a lot of work behind the scenes as well, that's already going to start taking its toll. You're reviewing the VOD footage, and really trying to see how you want to try and change things up. I mean, you already got to worry about just how you have to process information in game, let alone making adjustments to your overall playstyle. And maybe if you have very specific rotation ideas, you're going to have to implement that on the fly, and bring it all together while under pressure. It's not all that easy, and I guess it is going to still be the cream rising to the top. And ladies and gentlemen, we are about ready here. Thank you so much for your patience. We're looking forward here to getting into our match number 16 for the Singapore and Malaysia series.
There we go. We're heading in towards this flight from a different direction this time around, and we'll be checking out from the corner of Monte Nevo into the edge of Impala, if you really want to call it. So there's still a lot of all these towns up for grabs, where even Valdemar will take just a very slight stretch. Chumacera will definitely be pretty much a favorite spot for Team Max members, while Leones might just see a couple more extra visitors on their side. So, what do you feel about this flight? Is it going to be any team that will miss out on the opportunity to drop directly on the town?
I think, given the kind of drop locations that we've seen from these teams, I don't think any of them are going to be too phased by the kind of options that are maybe not as available, because this is going to be quite the neutral flight path. We're seeing a 24K again heading for Los Leones. Probably just a few less teams going for there. I think we did see a couple more at some point also head over onto yonder, but San Martin always proves to be quite the popular spot, as of course we will be having Hype residing there right at the start, is trying to see can they land some of those ambitious shots. Not really going to be working out, but yeah, you got to go for them.
Well, that's a very long-range coverage on an iron side, but Ansys would still be trying his luck. He's got that M4 alongside with him as well. Now, heading in towards the side of BBG. They've always been inside of Hacienda del Patron, so this is a really good flight for them to really reach towards their checkpoint, while PMA is, or could I just check once again? It's going to be FFG having Savior to scout out ahead all by himself, while over on the other corner we'll see yet another team that will be having some close proximity alongside with BBG.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, seeing these lone scouts or vanguards, it's something that we see coming out from a lot of the more experienced players. Xavier definitely has a wealth of experience. He's, again, a former BAE team member himself, recently has left the team. And right now he's going to be participating on a temporary basis with Friendly Fire Gaming for this particular series. And we'll see how that goes. Sophia, again, another one of those Vanguard type of players. He's going to be able to play quite independently from the rest of the pack, and not really going to get phased if presented with unusual obstacles, and maybe like one or two teams actually coming across him. But not to say that he's invulnerable either.
Yeah, and as for Xavier, there were a couple of times that he was caught out in these scouting attempts as well, so he's got to be a little bit more careful, even though he did have quite a lot of tournament experience for sure from his previous teams, and up till now, I think that he still have something to prove. And recently, of course, we heard news of him becoming a coach for Team SMG as well, but of course on a different platform. But you know, he with his wealth of knowledge, he would still be able to give a whole lot of information back towards the side of FFG. We do see Bozo getting a knock as we speak of FFG.
Absolutely, and it looks like Boza will be able to take him down, but oh no, vampires, no! What have you done?
What?
Oh no!
Wait.
Noisy. I have no idea what happened, but it looks as though that tragedy has happened. But now it looks like the likes of ACR Esports are trying to prevent further tragedy from happening to them. Adul, he's knocked down, and now Dark is trying to get into position here to really try and capitalize off the knock that was yielded from his teammate, and he's going to be able to finish him off. Now ACR Esports probably going to have to reconsider whether they want to get involved in this one or not.
No, but I think that it's better for them to back away. Well, FFG already got what they needed. First opponent for themselves to open up the round here. Well, it's great to see that we do have 64 player in total, but now only has dwindled down to 61 as Xavier gets caught out by BBG.
Yeah, so it's always going to be a risky proposition playing there, but everyone knows the risk of. But oh, now Huruhara in trouble. It's going to be Anga being able to take down 14-14, and now they are trying to scatter around here, see if they can get their teammate off here. But the knocks, 3 knocks for Anga. He is absolutely mental this round, and he is going to be able to be a serious pain in the backside. That is Team Huruhara, but now. That's going to be at least something to offset the team kill that we saw. Noisy, I'm not sure if he's going to quite forgive vampires, but definitely this 3K is exactly a good pick-me-up to start the second half of the series.
Well, 1 for 3, I'll take it any day, but, you know, Noisy would still be pretty pissed off by not really getting any sort of reaction throughout the entirety of this Miramar run. But we do have a lot more fights going on here with Demon Eater. Waiting for the spray on the Scar L. He's got that K9 to perhaps pull from a distance as well. While Vitas, they heard those shots, but I'm not sure whether or not will they be contesting this location here. Because it's only going to be one man where Vitas could easily just rush right in to get that kill.
Yeah, so they're just going to have to play their cards right. Now, Vitas, of course, did manage to get on the board, getting a win so far. They will be looking to get a second one, but for now, they're going to be pacing themselves well. No one wants to start a day of competition on the bad note. But yeah, I think, unfortunately, Noisy probably had a bit too much of that one. But at the very least, his team is still going to be in play. Circle is already starting to contract here, and we could be seeing everyone sandwiching very much around San Martin. As seems as though that most of our circles here on Miramar has really been around the same place. I think we haven't seen the teams quite challenge on the very steep hills on the southern side of the map or by the coastal side.
Wow, I'm liking the circle. At least it's pretty much well balanced for most of these to rotate in. Majority of them shouldn't have any issues. Over on the north side, it seems to be very much clear. As for the teams that are still on the outskirts, they will be squeezing right in. But over on the east side, there possibly will be a little bit more challenge as well. Oh, Dreamfire almost knocking him out of that vehicle. And, well, he missed his opportunity right there. But a lot of good damage being dealt out from the rest of PMA.
Oh, but yeah, the rest of 24K has found out Miracle. PMA is going to have to gather themselves before they get scattered to the wind, if you know what I mean. But Pete here, he's going to get taken down at that long range, but he was going to be a little bit of a compromise there. Of course, they did manage to get one of the knocks here onto Kenny, but he is going to get res straight away. Off screen, in the meantime, the final Huruhara player, JV, is going to be able to get Rixus. Not quite compensation for losing the other 3 players. Miracle starting to take more fire, and he's only going to have one more med kit left here. First aid kit, sorry. So he's going to have to just be a little bit careful that he gets a little bit more backup. Currently, they are very much focused on trying to get their player back up as well.
Now, it's going to be a little bit of a tricky situation for some of these teams. Well, a couple of all these stuns have already been popped up. Miracle trying his best to really hold on. He's all by himself for the rest of the side of PMA. They need to actually find those angles to actually help him out. So an HP for the side of Miracle while he is still popping in some first aid kits. Now, here comes the cavalry already. But that Molotov's going to be popping right in front of his face. Miracle will still be able to survive while he may be popping a couple more smokes here. A lot of utility being used there by PMA, and now 24K slowly backs away from that ridge, and they understand that this is not going to be any good cause for them, even if they fully commit in this plains.
Yeah, this is not the time that you want to have an all-out team fight if it can be avoided. And these teams managed to trade some even blows, I dare say, and they're going to be able to lick their wounds. And besides, this is exactly when phase 2 of the circle is revealing itself, so this is the perfect time to start rotating away as 24K is looking for greener pastures as they head a little bit further north. Currently, PMA will also most likely have to make a bit of a transition themselves. They're not that deep into inside the circle yet, and that could play a big factor later on.
Now, as we see the clock hit the 10th minute mark, we're going to be seeing only a couple of all of these players that may have bid farewell for the first game. While Bad Boys Gaming, they are opting to go on this pillin riding. Well, Polly just driving through. There's a lot of bullets flying in the way. Oh, one tick of health left for Battleman. Lucky him, he managed to still survive.
Yeah, and all the bullets coming out from Friendly Fire Gaming, but not going to be able to get the knock there, Bad Boys. They will continue onwards, and I dare say that this is a bit of a... I think their rotations on Miramar tend to be a little bit faster than Erangel, where they go very slowly. They always drop in Sosnovka Island, and they don't seem to favor playing that kind of style, getting into the circle a little bit on the late end where everyone else has already got some spots. So this is good to see them come doing this kind of strategy on Miramar, because definitely it's going to be a little bit more suited to their playstyle, I feel. Right now, we're going to have Revive team. They're going to be up here on the hill. They're going to be very aware of Spaggy's positioning. They did hear him quite clearly, but the rest of the team is still going to be a little bit further back in the warehouse. They might have to see if they really want to navigate up here. I mean, this is going to be, again, relatively common spot for teams to be on, just because of the amount of vision and information that can be gathered at the same time.
Yeah, it's definitely a stronghold right there to really hold out for quite some time, while Vets already spotting some members down below that hill. So this is going to be a little bit concerning for the players of BBG who have just arrived right down below. But BBG, so far, they have gotten themselves a couple of all these great pickoffs, such as the ones that they got upon Savior. Now, a little bit of that sort of damage being done here by Vets will be pretty much substantial for the very least. But Huruhara, Jay, he is getting knocked outside of the zone by phase 2. So what exactly is going on here?
I am not too sure what other J is doing, but I can only surmise that they don't want to give any points to any other team, given that every team is still in the game, and Huruhara could probably use every bit of advantage that they can get to further up the table. They're just not going to give any more away. They did give 3 away earlier on to Revive team, so again, that's something that they're going to have to keep in mind. They don't want to, make that go too far astray. So now it looks like the next circle is going to reveal itself. It's He's going to actually be shifting a little bit further away from San Martin here, so that will be something that the likes of Tactical Ray, FFG, Area 51, and Eastern Esports have to really contend with, as things are already looking pretty claustrophobic inside.
Now there's going to be Vets here getting some pretty much free picks if he can just land it all too perfectly, but it seems like it's a little bit of a challenge here, especially on the 8 times SKS. Now, a little bit more rotations coming off from some of the teams. While Area 51, they managed to get their hands in towards the loot crate right behind, but oh, Shogun with only HP. Trying to actually trade back, but he will be knocked here by Pasha.
That's a little bit unfortunate there for the Cryptid player. We did comment at the start how it's nice everyone is here. Unfortunately, Cryptid, for much of day 2 and 3, they were playing with 3 people only, if not the whole time. But yeah, it looks as though that they are about to lose 1 player, and they're going to be playing with the 3 players yet again. But oh, it looks like Answers for Hype is going to be able to take down Sophia. So that could be a little bit dicey. We did see that Battle Arena Elites was moving a little bit more centrally on that southern side, so we'll see what's happening there. But Cryptid fully aware of the CGM Wolf players' positioning here on their eastern side. They're going to be a little bit more cautious here. They're going to be able to actually get up. The team member here, Shogun, is going to be thanking them for that one, as they're looking to still jostle around for a little bit of position here in the center of the zone.
So far, things are looking great for the teams that are still in the middle of the table. While Shigaki goes in for some close range combat, it's going to be a Battle Arena Elites here that takes down Hype as well as Murayama's player. That's the next one to fall, while Shigaki gets that knocked over onto his Ritas, and Sophia once again getting knocked out here by Hype. So, Battle Arena Elites, they're looking for a way to answer some aggression here as they are trying to leave the power grid, but they're still inside the circle. They don't really have to do all too much. They do spot out a couple of all these movers coming in from Acer Esports, but it's a little bit too far. While Spaggy gets that hit shot back on towards Moriyama.
Yeah, things are getting really congested here between Power Grid and the warehouse a little bit further north, where currently the rejects are residing, as Bad Boys Gaming finding themselves in between with the likes of Hype further up the road, as we did see a little bit earlier on. Revive team only having Anga and Makanchik Daki, who's going to be left here. Anga, can he pick up a few more frags? He did manage to pick up that triple kill on a Hurrah, but look at the spray coming out from Downey. He's going to take down both Demon Eater and Elliot, and not a lot of luck for them. Miracle, of course, did manage to get an earlier knock onto one of the players, but Acer Esports are going to be crashing out relatively early here in that 15th spot, and really they need every point they can get if they're going to cling on to the top half of the table.
I didn't expect him to go down that way in that particular commotion that they had against PMA. Well, Cheesy came back. They do have that knock. This might just be the very first kill being secured by the rejects. While Answers will find Kuchik alongside with Alive Action. And Zero Boys has been having a lot of knock towards inside of Murayama, but this time around it will be kill secured after 3 knocks.
Yeah, Bad Boys Gaming here going to be losing players left and right here, as it seems Bad Old Man is going to be taking down Robinoid, though I'm not sure if the rest of Hype is going to be trying to gather him up. It's going to maybe be a bit difficult, excuse me, because the likes of the rejects, they do have the angle from further down the road, and you don't exactly want to stop right in front of the BAE players either. Yeah, so they're kind of trying to navigate away, but that minivan is so slow and really just going to be an absolute magnet.
Oh boy, now Battle Arena Elites are on the move. It's going to be Miracle here that will be able to knock out Loki's. Such an amazing spray. Now, BAE still trying to find a freeze to just hide from, while PMA members are getting more and more. Sophia, the next one to fall. While there's still 2 more members left for side of BAE. M0 joins into the action, taking out Live Action himself, while Merkel ends the life of Sophia.
Oh, the shots coming out from Miracle are on point. He's going to take down 2 Battle Arena players, and now he's looking for the 4th. Asi here, though, is going to get taken down as the likes of Revive Team, or no, Area 51, excuse me, coming up over the top. But look at the shots there from Batek. He's going to come out clutch there, and Etsas is going to help finish it off. Cryptid can reset here, but Miracle, he's trying to finish off Battle Arena leads, but he can't seem to get the job done from this range. But they're going to have to really put themselves into danger if they want to get all the way down and dirty. But now Cryptid has got problems. Messi and the rest of Area 51 trying to push in, but they're going to get 2 trades right back there straight. Mr. Flank going to be the last one here standing. He takes down Etsas already. Asi here and Shogun both with little HP left to fight on in this battle, but now they're trying to see if they can get to a better position. We're seeing that Cryptid really just taking a backstab here, but the nade from Shogun! What? Oh my goodness, how did his nade come back at him like that? I have no clue.
Did you just see that? He just lobbed it directly 90 degrees upwards, all the way straight, and it landed on top of him. This is the very first time I'm seeing such a nade, but then again, this has punished the rest of the members of Cryptid just like that. They just bow out. I don't know where they supposed to hide the shame right here, but oh boy, that was just devastating.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate there to say the least. Revive Team, though, is going to get finished off as the rejects starting to come into their own. They're already picking up quite a few frags here on that northern side as starting to clean house a little bit. CGM Wolf still having this presence of the hillside, but there's only going to be 2 of them left, I do believe. PMA still has to find their way inside the zone. Now, they did put a lot of pressure onto the Battle Arena elites. I think they only have 2 players left here, but now the rejects are the ones who are going to actually turn up the pressure here at CGM Wolf. They're still hiding up there, but they need to get the player up here. Now, Allens is finally going to get a little bit of revenge here. The smokes, luckily, were already primed, but there's still going to be tons of bullets streaking through here. And sorry, actually, it's a 2-2 split coming out from the Wolf players.
There's going to be a little bit of that contest here from PMA to try to push through members of both Battle Arena elites as well as 24K, while Dreams are getting picked off right from the lower section of this warehouse. This is going to be some long-range trades as we see all these bullets flying that way of the direction, and Bio62 will be able to knock out Allens in the process.
Yeah, so this 2-2 split not working out. There are just so many teams around Allens at the moment here that whole flank just fell down. But look at Mac's team. They completely repel the would-be attackers in the form of Vites, and both Tobex and Vets are going to be 6 feet under right now as Mushi and the rest of them are going to be reinforcing here. Can they turn up the pressure? As we are seeing that Cheesy Kimbab, he's the next to go down for Mac's team. This is going to be right now the Rejects versus Battle Arena elites as well. They're right next to each other, and they've got all these other teams around them, all looking to steal the kills.
Oh man, it is just mayhem right here in Miramar as all the other teams, they are just trading back and forth, back and forth. Well, 24K, Bio once again, trying to actually land those perfect taps, and he might just actually get that third knock. But whoa, what a quick switch of vehicle seats. But, oh man, Roulette will still be knocked out with one final tick of health left. But that final bullet clipped over on his feet, and Max might just lose this one out.
Yeah, things are getting a little bit crazy, but now PMA trading a few more shots back. Batman, though, he's going to be unrelenting right now. He's taking down Mushi as the likes of 24K getting into the thick of things. Hellfox going to be the last surviving member from Team Max, just like that. They look dominant on that northern side, but now 24K, they have Bio as 62 and Iso, who are still going to be up here, but they got problems. Downey unleashing quite a bit of damage there. He's actually going to be moving out over the top. Pete's finally going to get finished off by the nade. 24K, I don't know how they managed to find the space to be able to get that res off here, but they're going to be able to do it and start to reset this fight. Downey actually deciding to back out from this one.
PMA playing a little bit safer as compared to what they had early on. They are only down to one member as it seems, while CGM Wolf will still have Bakoyo hiding right behind. So this might just be a 1v1 trade-off here between PMA as well as Siege Wolf, while the other guys right down below, which is in the form of the T-Max as well. So Rejects, they have an easier time with the circle being very much close by, very accessible, while Mem0 Boys has been the top fragger for the Rejects. And Pocoyo finally finds Downey, and that was pretty much delivered to him easily.
Yeah, so PMA getting eliminated there. And now it's Badman who's going to get taken down. Hillfox, the last surviving team member from Team Max. The Rejects actually having good squad strength up to then. And looks like they will be able to finish off that last player. And hopefully they might be able to get their fallen comrades down. This is a great chance for them to make up some space. But oh, Neferhor has got other plans. He's actually going to steal the kill, and he's going to take out Badman. 9 kills still, though, for the Rejects. They do have quite a bit of control here, but 24K, they got to have the squad strength here right now. But Area 51, through Mr. Flank, he's going to be riding up over the top, and he's going to try and fight them all on his own.
Man, Mr. Flank now leaves on that vehicle right here, but they know that it's just a false alarm while Ezo brings out that AWM. Haven't really seen too many of all these big fracks with the AWM other than Elliot the other day, but over on towards the side of 24K, they do have that squad strength to really pull in some kills throughout phase 7 onwards. But as we look into towards how does it really shrink in towards their favor, it may be passing them by. So it's going to be updating in about 10 seconds from now, and let's see what we got.
Yeah, right now, I don't know if you saw it, but right in between 24K and CJ Wolf, 2 loot crates have dropped at the same time. So it'll be interesting to see if they really want to go for that. They have to rotate, most likely, in a clockwise fashion into the zone. But Neferhor, he could have other ideas here. Mr. Flank finally going to get picked off there. It's the AWM is going to be landing here. And now we only have these 4 teams remaining. It's a 3 men versus 2 versus 1 versus 1. As we're going to see 24K currently having the lion's share of the manpower. And look at that. They're going to be able to find it, and they're going to be absolutely suited up. But Pocoyo, he's relatively unknown here. This could be a little bit of a knife in the back there if the likes of 24K don't watch out.
Yeah, and I'm really loving the production value that's added on top of the overlays of the numbers. And here comes Bio62, already pinning down Pocoyo. Pocoyo has himself pretty much wide up in the open with a hit popping out. 1 more kill for Bio62. Well, Ezo already got themselves 5 frags. Oh my goodness!
Ooh.
What a shot coming in from Bio!
Bio62, it looks as though he's picking up where he left off yesterday, and he's continuing to frag up for his team, and he's still got quite high squad strength here, and they're going to see if they can continue to push that by killing off these lone solo squad members here. This is really giving them a great chance. Neferhor, of course, getting into these really last stages of the game, it's going to mean that they're going to be able to really salvage at least a bit more placement points. Battle Arena Elites only managing just 3 kills here. This is really far below their standards that they have set for themselves. But now 24K moving a lot closer here, all the way right up in front of the Rejects, and they're going to have to play this one carefully. But they got Bio62 as the vanguard. He will pop up over the top most likely after he can find a great opening, but the nade going to fly right over top.
Very dangerous place for them to really play from, but the Rejects, they are tossing nades after nades with the Molly to add on top of that, while Spaggy has been holding this angle. This might just be a really good sort of space for him to really mow them all down with the barrel. As we speak of it, it's going to be Bio taken down to 2060 HP, but the Rejects, they are definitely relentless in this one, while Neferhor slowly sits and wait. He really wants to get those positioning points. It does not really matter whether or not should he join in towards the fight at this current moment. But with this really interesting terrain, none of these guys will get that perfect glimpse upon each other just yet.
Yeah, so all this while, Neferhor, of course, is likely to have some great vision on the backside here, but I definitely think that he wants to see this fight play out first before he decides to do anything. Currently, Ezo is going to be all the way in the back. Not sure whether Bio62 has noticed this. Spaggy is just going to hold his ground. He has got some great positioning. This is the final circle, so he just needs to stay as close to the center as possible. Then phase 9, we'll see him having the advantageous spot. At the very least, the rejects, they don't have to worry so much about M0 taking a huge hit there from the AWM. It's going to put him down onto that 1 HP, and now Ezo might be in the sights of Neferhor.
Well, Neff will be able to get that knock and probably will be secured before they end this game here. And M0 hoping to actually steal that one away. Neff does not get that one in. But man, it's a 2v1 v2 at the current standpoint. Where in between it's going to be a 24K here, getting rushed by the rejects while M0 really wants to push in. There is a couple more smokes being set up here. While Bio62 being a little bit more precarious, got the 40 bullets in his clip. When, of course, that AUG will definitely be able to do a whole lot of damage. But Neferhor says, okay, I do have some time to restock. Maybe this might just be doing wonders for me in phase number 9.
Yeah, and he's really toying with 24K. I do not envy 24K's positioning at the moment because they've been sandwiched by these two teams this whole while. And now finally Neferhor is actually going to be shooting at the rejects at the moment here. Get a little bit of revenge onto M0 most likely for stealing that kill. But look at M0, he's only got a few bullets left in the mag here for his SLR. He has to be a little bit careful, and he only has 7.62 with the barrel as well in tow. So this is a little bit awkward. He's got no ammo to deal with this, but Neferhor, he's gonna get spotted out. Kenny is gonna be able to take him down. It's a 2-on-2 now, and M0 gonna be a little bit more proactive here, but he doesn't have bullets. He's gonna get taken down. It's Spaggy in a 1v2. Bio62, he's looking for this final kill. Not able to land the shots. He's gonna get a few, but Spaggy is coming up huge once again. He gets both 24K players. Are you kidding me? Whew.
I'm baffled. That is not possible. The rejects clutching that one out. I was pretty darn sure that Bio has gotten them pretty low in that sort of instance, but man, that one line of spray has gotten him not one but 2 kills directly. And once again, with this win, the rejects are back in track. But you know, there's still Neferhor there to really secure third placing for Battle Arena Elite. So there's no time for the rejects to rest. And as they breathe that silent relief, 24K must be slamming their tables because that was their game to take.
Yeah, 24K. This looks very reminiscent of one of the other rounds. I think it was the first round that we saw either yesterday or the day before, where they had 4 men left and with 3 teams remaining, and botched it a little bit here, trying to close it out. But this one, Spaggy, you want him in your corner when you're in these kind of situations, when your back is up against the wall. He is absolutely dynamite in these clutch situations, and he's going to be able to deliver yet again 2 days in a row. And yeah, let's see how the rest of the rejects are going to be dealing with. They definitely come together a little bit more here, and they look absolutely ready to go and continue to slash away at the lead that Battle Arena Elite has. As yep, Neferhor does manage to still get some points on the board, but Badman, Cheesy Kimbap, M0, and Spaggy gotta be pretty pleased with that one.
Man, we need to create a brand new channel called The Spaggy Show. Like, this guy. Oh man, how many more 1 versus all of these scenarios that he can get on those clips? Like, I can't even really reiterate or to really put my words all together right now to just explain how incredible this player has been able to clutch time and time and time again. Congratulations to the rejects.
Yeah, excellent work coming out from them, and definitely going to be absolutely exciting for the rest of us to see how things are going to be shaping up in the title race here at the Singapore and Malaysia series. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to bring us to a close for our first match of the day. Looking forward to 4 more rounds, 2 on Miramar and 2 on Erangel. We'll be taking a short break, and we'll be bringing you more action here pretty soon.
Rolling down the lonely roads of Sanhok is PUBG's latest feature, a heavily armored loot truck carrying a treasure trove of gear for those persistent enough to take it down. But where can you find these trucks? What loot do they offer, and how do you stop them? Loot trucks spawn exclusively on Sanhok and originate from one of several garages located around the island. When the match starts, up to 4 of these garages will release a truck, which travels roads around the island until taken down by players. Up to 4 trucks will roam the island at a time, and another will be spawned each time one is destroyed, up to a maximum of 8 total trucks per match. These heavily armored behemoths require a large assault to take down, and will push anything in their path out of the way. They can even resist the force of other vehicles running into them. In fact, the only way to stop a loot truck's movement is by deploying spike strips, though even then the pause is only temporary. Still, a stationary target is easier to hit than a moving one. Loot trucks take decreased damage due to their heavy armor, but they do have some vulnerabilities. Attacking the trucks from the sides will deal increased damage, and explosive weapons such as the Panzerfaust, which now spawns in Sanhok, pack a heavy punch against these trucks as well. As the trucks take damage, they'll drop containers of loot, and give even more once destroyed completely. This loot can contain level 3 gear, and weapons already kitted out with attachments. There are even 4 specially skinned weapons from a historic moment in Sanhok's past. One quick note, loot truck explosions are no minor thing, so make sure you give them some room when they finally go boom. Every shot fired is a signal to enemy teams, so you'll need tactics, persistence, and speed to take them down and safely loot their treasures. These trucks often travel through the reworked towns of the island, so start here if you want a little more cover while you take them down. Loot trucks are spawning now on Sanhok, so grab your team, some explosives, and a lot of ammo, and drop in today.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. I'm Play of the J, and my co-caster for this evening is none other than Aaron Contra Chan. And we just had one cracker of a game just now, and looking forward to seeing how the rest are going to be turning up here as the heat starts to turn up on the competition.
That's right, and we've already got A whopping crazy win for the Rejects. Now let's check out the leaderboards because this is one big win for TR as they secure a total of 12 frags. And of course, that chicken dinner to back that 22 points. 15 points for 24K Esports, while 9 points for the side of PMA as they secure 8 total whopping kills as well, but they only got one rank point to add up to 9. Battle Arena Elites with a total of 8 points with 3 kills and 5 ranking points.
Yeah, so they have Neferhor to thank for that one. They're still going to be able to get them some points, but the Rejects definitely going to be catching things up here in the top half of the table. So let's take a look here at the overall leaderboard and see how we look after 16 matches of play. Because right now, the Rejects, they were lagging behind by almost 40 points. Now they managed to cut it all the way down here, as there's only going to be that 23 points that's going to separate the two of them, and that's going to be basically one good game. And they even got 22 points from the last round, the Rejects, so they only need to be able to repeat that. Battle Arena Elite's kind of stumbling there. They're lucky to have Neferhor into those later stages because let's not forget, PMA had Battle Arena Elite's number as Miracle mowed down 3 of them as they were trying to make that desperation rotation.
Yeah, and it was a really beautiful take coming in from Miracle to really get those frags upon PAE and many other teams that were surrounded that vicinity as well. As 25K Esports will be moving in towards 5th place, we're looking at Team Max, the brand new team that break that 100 mark barrier. Well, CGM Wolf just needs another 3 points to boot. And as for Revive Team, they really gotta make even more efforts to get themselves in towards the higher charts of the standing. So far, to really see how things were going for the side of CGM Wolf, maybe a little bit better for them, but of course, he got spotted out early on. Pocoyo, the final member, was taken out by Neferhor, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think he did get caught out, but I think, yeah, the problems, unfortunately, for CGM Wolf was before that. I think I like the idea of 2-2 splits, but when things are already that late in the game, it's probably a bit easier to try and consolidate, especially since you're right in the center of the zone. And I think Alan's side, he was surrounded by the likes of PMA 24K, Battle Arena Elites, and the Rejects that are all jostling for position there, and ultimately, yeah, probably could have had a bit more concentrated squad strength there, but definitely promising getting into those later stages as they're going to get some points. But yep, they're only just going to be breaking the 100-point barrier there. But I think looking at these other teams, we definitely see a lot of them with a lot of ambition as well. PMA looking on the verge of taking that 3rd spot away from Team Hype.
And Team Hype so far has been having a little bit of troubles inside of Miramar. But game 2 for today, hopefully they can make a little bit of that comeback in towards this second game that's going to be arriving relatively soon. So we'll be seeing some of all these top fraggers go at it once again. And well, Spaggy has got himself some really great highlights already. Let's see who will be the next player to really outshine the rest in our game 2.
Yeah, so Spaggy did come up absolutely clutch again. Yesterday, we were praising individual plays. Spaggy was the first one because he managed to get those 5 kills on the way to the solo squad win. They had Bio62 who did almost the same thing. He did have a team member with him, but he did manage to secure all 5 remaining kills, if not mistaken, on the opposing team members. And even things like Neferhor's vehicle grenade, that was absolutely sublime. But Spaggy, he's managed to do it yet again here. And honestly, it's like we got so much talent here and abilities between all of the players. Really can't wait to see how they're going to be able to turn it up. It's definitely not a 2-team show, as all these teams really do have the skills to come out with it at the right time.
That's right, and of course, sometimes it's some opportunities that might just actually show itself in those pretty interesting moments. But that previous round, I'm still trying to decipher what really went on towards the team that really had that nade being thrown 90 degrees upwards and landed right on top of himself. Q Rifted
Hmm.
were looking to have a good fight against Area 51, and out of nowhere, like Shogun just popped that nade back on towards his body, and uh, I just don't
Yeah.
really I don't really know how this really works, but yeah, let's hope that this does not happen anymore.
Yeah, I think maybe it was the fact that Mr. Flank was really doing a number and thought like, okay, I got to give him a knock, for his efforts that he's put into it. But yep, there's going to be the top fraggers here from the previous game. M0 and Izo going to be leading the way with 5 kills apiece. Spaggy again going to be up on the board here. 4 kills for him. Makan Shik. PUBG is going to be able to get the 3 kills, as is Bio62. So good contributions from a variety of different sources here in game number 1 of today.
And for M0, he's been able to really hold on for dear life while he only had that really final clip to work with against 24K as well as never all the way behind. I think that he really held his own at the very least till the very end. And even when he got knocked, it was 24K that wasn't really all too careful to end that round here without that chicken dinner. But Ezo really racked up so many of these points back towards 24K. So hopefully next round we'll see them perhaps get close to the chicken dinner again. As for Mikan Shikdachi, uh, he managed to go in for a couple of these sneaky plays that resulted in that 3 kills that he has achieved.
Yeah, but it's nice to see that Ezo contributing so substantially there for 24K. We've been saying for a while now that Bio62, he's definitely has the skills here, but unfortunately he can't field for Bio62s. And so the rest of 24K really coming out to pull out all the stops. Because honestly, they're going to be one of the teams that's really challenging up the table as well. Remember, they started day 1. They had a hard time. They were in the second half of the table. And now look at them. They're all the way in that 5th position and really starting to breathe down the necks of both Hype and PMA. There's only going to be 10 plus points that's going to be separating all these 3 teams. And they honestly look as though that they're getting most of the momentum. But PMA, I think their fragging prowess here is still very much on display. We did go over how Miracle managed to take down 3 of the Battle Arena Elites players straight away, and was really offering some great angles onto the surrounding areas. It's just getting involved in too many fights at the same time, which has always seemed to be something that PMA, I think, can definitely improve on. They could definitely take these one-on-one fights. It's just, yeah, when you got too many angles opening up, you have to start creating a bit of space for yourself and take these fights, in more advantageous way to your own team. Otherwise, you got to reposition. That kind of play style is very reminiscent of maybe Armory Gaming from 2019.
Yeah, and now that you think of it, it is really having a couple of all that sort of the tinge of how they really play back in the Thai scene. But it's great to see that teams like PMA or 24K really have this sort of the firepower as well as the uh, great ideology to play out the game. Now, speaking of these 2 teams, of course, they were caught up in that crossfire, which PMA was taking the short end of the stick as well, with very little to work with the covers, and Bakoyo was behind as well, where he could easily just go in for his backstab. Same goes to Nefu, which eventually came in from the sides as well. So PMA, although they had some really good way to start things off against players like Sophia and Flood. It's really those last few sort of the confirmation kill that could have actually uh, put down another team before they get a couple more threats heading in towards the late game. So as we are preparing ourselves for game number 2, tell us how did you guys like the very first game? If you guys were watching, and of course for those of you who just tuned in, it's Contra alongside Pele of the J here to be bringing you the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series, brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Geek Events, K&K Revolution, and Cause and Effect. So, if you guys have already joined us at this point, and you guys might have not dropped that like button on that Facebook page of PUBG, make sure you guys do so because we still have so many to update all of you guys, and there's so much of all these news and updates that you guys can check out from time to time.
Absolutely. And let's not forget, there is always going to be more competitive PUBG on the horizon. So, of course, all of these teams here, they're not just playing for their big share of that 10,000 US dollars in prize pool. They are also trying to qualify for PCS2 APAC. So there's only one slot left, and all of these teams are itching to get that slot just because no team from Singapore, Malaysia, they've actually managed to represent an APAC during the last competitive cycle. Last time, I believe the Singapore and Malaysia regions, they were all combined very much with Philippines. And it was Bamboo Gaming who was going to be able to get the nod. Of all the teams here that was participating in that qualifier, 24K is the one which was the closest to being able to qualify for that one. Of course, made up of both Malaysian and Mongolian players. But Battle Arena Elites, unfortunately, they didn't play in that one. They were actually playing in the Oceania qualifiers as well. But unfortunately, we're not able to get into the APAC level as well through that particular route.
Yeah, and of course the oceanic region has been tough about between some of the top tier teams, like you mentioned Atletico. We've got another few more big names as well, but
Fury
you know we
Australia.
yeah, those two really at on top of that. But here in the SGMY, it's always been maybe a three-way horse race between some of the best. Back then, we had teams like Geek Fam. We had not only BAE, we had BAX as well, and to add on top to even older names like uh, FFG or the Phase Gaming in particular. FFG is still around playing with us today, so that's definitely great news to see veteran teams really having that desire to be displaying their skills in the international stage of the PCS2. So these 3 days, very crucial days throughout the weekend, and by Sunday we will find who will be the champions of PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. So do tell us where you guys are from as well. Like so far, we've got some great representation. Glad that you brought up 24K gaming that had Mongolian players, and of course a mixed balance of MYSG representation as well. As for BAE, we have Neferhor as well as Flood, and we'll be catching up with even more of those player backgrounds and stuff. But now let's head in towards our second flight of the evening here, ladies and gentlemen, as we will move in towards Miramar for the second time in day 4.
Yep, so it is our second match of the day here. So looking to see if these teams are still going to be approaching this game with a little bit of tenacity that we always like to see. Spaggy definitely showed that in spades in the previous round, and really closing things out for the Rejects. So Rejects definitely will be looking to have a better day number 4. Day number 3, I would say, during our pre-show, unfortunately didn't go as well as they would have wanted. And with Battle Arena Elite still putting up those consistent points on the board, so it's going to be something important that they needed to bounce back from. But I mean, the Rejects, they got a lot of that experience and skill on their team. So I'm pretty sure that these guys are all capable of digging deep and rebounding in the way that they are exemplifying at the moment.
As for the other teams, of course, a lot more catching up to do as compared to the Rejects or Battle Arena Elites here, who is trying to get themselves back in towards a solid lead. We're be looking at St. Martin being all flocked up with about 3 to 4 teams up and towards the northern side, while Los Leones has a couple of visitors as well. Nefer already securing himself that Scar L by the top side of the factory of Minas Generalis. But now, over on the side of FFG and ACR, they are going to be going head to head this early into the game.
And seems to me that these two teams, they kind of find themselves on the wrong end of early game engagements, maybe a little bit more often than not. So they'll be looking to see, can they get a bit more of a favorable outcome from this one. Abdul, yeah, he was one of the first ones to expire in the previous game. Not talk about Xavier either in that regard. So they're going to be at opposite ends of the compound. You've seen Aoki trying to see if he can catch out the teammate there. Abdul not really going to be working out, as Quadro will be able to continue onwards. And he's just in such a precarious spot that because of the nature of some of the terrain here at Miramar, can easily disengage from or pull out from the compound. It's always going to be something where you're going to be piled quite closely together and yet still have quite a bit of a line of sight that's going to really prevent things from working in your favor.
As for some other teams right here who might have that perfect time to loot, not for Adu though, who is currently trying his best to escape after scouting out ahead, but I guess he can just hide here for a moment while FFG is still keeping tabs running across the field. They don't really have a solid clue on the whereabouts of Adil at the moment.
Yeah, in the meantime, El Pozo, we will get Revived team having pretty much all the space to themselves. And yeah, they're going to be having pretty good time with the looting as well. They don't have to worry as much about the rotation, but we'll see what is going to be their overall strategy. Currently, Alcantara, though, is going to be a little bit outside for the likes of Tactical Rib, so we're going to have to see some moves from them. Tactical Rib, they had some nice engagements yesterday. Jahar Jabat, in particular, as well, did manage to get some very clutch moments going for his team. Now, we just need to see them continue to build on the momentum that they managed to garner from that day number 3.
So far, day 3 definitely treated some of these teams really well, while Revive team early on had Noisy being knocked out by his own teammates, but Anga though, what a magnificent play that was to really open up the round here, a total of 3k. Now back towards the side of BBG, they are already moving up towards the hill, trying to actually take some sort of good angles upon this perfect field of view that they have, but there's going to be absolutely nothing on their crosshairs for a moment. But for the rejects, did they just miss out on this crane?
Well, the reject missed out on this, but Vampires shot at Noisy and knocked him down. I'm not sure what happened there, because it's not even revenge, because it was Vampires who knocked over Noisy in the first game of the day. And there it happens again. I'm not sure, is he stuck or something and they're trying to get him out of someplace? But Vampires is going to knock down his teammate for yet a second time.
Maybe they're just having fun sometimes, and they say, okay, there's no kills. Maybe I can find a kill somewhere in the middle of this field. Oh, maybe it starts with my teammates. As they made their sacrifice early on to get Anga 3 kills, maybe they think, okay, if I sacrifice Noisy again, we might get another 3k.
Imagine what kind of that as a game mechanic, right? That would be a little bit unworldly to say the least. But we'll see if that is going to be happening there and raising the fortunes of Revive team. In a way, really living up to their name, right? But we're going to see more rotations coming past Vitez this time. But looks like Noisy is really being sacrificed here. Not sure what is going on. Yeah, I'm out on this one.
Yeah, okay, Ghosty Boy might actually get his buggy stuck in between the Grayson. Okay. I am definitely wondering what sort of stuff would Revive team be up to, as they are going to be playing this game with 3 men. After a couple of knocks, it seems like Noisy will have his life ended once again.
Perhaps it's he's having connection issues on a more permanent note, so they kind of want to get all his loot, you know. So maybe that's the thing. And now he's dead, so they would be able to loot his body. But anyways, we can only speculate. We don't have the inside story on that one, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll just proceed onwards here. We're back down to 63 players alive here. Mr. Flank and the rest of Area 51. Again, trying to survey the area, see if they can catch out any of the players. Currently, PMA, they're going to be a little bit on the stretch side, but knowing them, it's more to catch any of the teams in rotations. Currently, the Battle Arena Elites players going to be spotted out by Bad Boys Gaming. And Bad Boys Gaming, despite their position in the table, they have not been afraid of taking those kind of fights. And yeah, there's been more than one occasion that they've been able to take down some of the Battle Arena Elites as well.
Yeah, and of course, they definitely need to give them a little bit more respect in some of all these matches there. It really doesn't matter if that team is on the bottom of the table, they still have enough firepower to really turn it up with some of these fights. The Ghosty Boy gets that engagement. It's going to be a takedown here, as Rixis will be the first one to fall. Afika now goes in for the push. He's going to be a little bit of tap going in for the back as well. Afika, he's still hop inside of the window. It's going to be an easy pick right there, but oh, this is going to be a catch here instead. But Afika, oh man, even though Ghostly Boy looks away, Afika gets caught out.
I was just about to say timing on that one here, but Ghostly Boy still has enough time to react and get the kills there, but he's actually not sticking around to even loot all that much. He's already repositioning and trying to get back to the rest of the team, just in case there's the potential for a refrag on that one. And now already we're seeing that there is going to be already some of the long-range fire coming down here. Might be able to impact them. Only 17 seconds left here to see how things will develop for the next phase.
We're looking at Team Max here, taking a very late rotation right outside of Blue, reaching El Pozo, but I want to see that Oasis ending, if that is ever possible. While there are teams already making their mark on towards uncharted territories or even nameless mountains out there, so this is going to be a little bit more wholesome than what we had previously.
Yeah, exactly. And I think if it is an Oasis finish, I think it's going to be absolutely awesome for the rest of us. And now we're seeing Battle Arena Elite still trying to transition out here as 2 players to a vehicle. Definitely not ideal, but it could be worse. And now they are going to be attracting a little bit more long-range fire from Mr. Flank. Currently, he has been really delivering for Area 51. He's another one of those players that's managed to have those singular plays as well to really deliver for his team. I think last round we did see some of that. Of course, helped a little bit by Shogun's nade, I must admit. But yeah, I think on Erangel on day 2, he did have a good 3K as well in one of the rounds.
Mm-hmm. And even many other local tournaments that he has participated, he has been able to even pull up some quick 1v4 clutches that have been able to witness, luckily, as Nephar will be taking out the answers coming in from Hype. So, top fire from the side of Team Hype, now needing a little bit more help. Not too sure. Would that be sufficient time for them to really go in for the revival? ACR, they're booking this compound now. While Tactical Rape already on top of the mountain here, they can do something about those rotations from CGM.
Oh, Sophia is going to get caught out, so a little bit of a revenge for the knock there on Answers a bit earlier on. And now Darjabot trying to land more shots, gets one to fall for him, but CGM Wolf will continue onwards. And I think that this circle, we're going to likely see a lot of implications of, playing in weird areas. Vets, though, is going to be taking down Sly DD, and yeah, I think with the whole team in motion, I'm not sure if they're going to come back for him. this is proving to be a bit hazardous. Having these awkward circles where the rotation angles, they're kind of narrow, and at the same time, the end destination is maybe not perfect. Pasha, though, gonna get spotted out. Black Rose gonna be able to nail the CGM Wolf player, and it's starting to go wrong yet again.
This is going to be a real rough start for them. But as for Black Rose, yesterday he got himself quite a number of frags. He's going to be continuing where he left off as well. Game number 1 for today, not too much coming out of them. But as for 24K, that is really a sick run there, except for that finishing move coming from Spacky that really caught everybody off of their seat. Well, QRF now having 4 men, this is going to be pretty important for them, especially when they had a couple of all these tough games that didn't favor them because of the numbers advantage going over onto most of these teams. At least now they have more firepower.
Absolutely, and now Oasis, you could see Battle Arena at least are starting to weigh them. They're positioning a bit further towards that northern side currently. Everyone's still trying to jostle as much as they can for position, but I don't know like how the next circle is going to be for all of these teams. I think it will be very telling. Now, of course, they are just going to be doing a little bit more chip damage, and oh no, looks as though we're not going to get our wish. It's going to be heading towards water treatment side. In fact, as now likely all these teams here on that northwestern side, they're all going to get absolutely clustered together.
Well, I guess there's still some water inside of water treatment, and it's still going to be a treat. Yeah, I'm trying my best at puns, but yeah, a little bit of dry humor.
Hey.
But this is some of the stuff that we really need in between these games. But as for ACR Esports, still no kills. A lot of all these bullets being utilized, but oh, Emax being caught out on rotation. A really good spray will send Mushi out, and Emax got no time for any sort of pit stop here, while Slightly D secures that kill. A lot of damage being done to Roulette as well.
Yeah, so nice pick off there from CGM Wolf. They needed a pickup after losing Pasha earlier on in the game, but they still got 3 to work with here. And now Team Max under more pressure. They're driving past Hype now, and it's a little bit more awkward. Still tanking quite a bit of damage. It looks like Mushi here is going to still be persisting onwards here. But now Revive team up on top of the hill, starting to attract the attention from Team Hype, as all these teams, remember, are starting to really just cluster a bit more together. Battle Arena Elites is no different here, but it looks like Flood catching out Mr. Flank.
Oh man, that was a perfect sort of tap coming in from the side of Flood to really take him off of that vehicle. And Flood now booking for it. They know that they are not really in the best spot. Well, Kajik will finish off Mr. Flank as Flood opts to prioritize on that rotation instead.
Yeah, and they're definitely going to be more important to plan for the later stages of the game. Roulette here is absolutely hidden beneath the rocks. It's not going to be exposed to the likes of Kurohara, who really need to get a bit more survival time in this game after going out pretty early. Wow, the long-range shots connecting here for Demon Eater. He's looking to see if he can bounce back for ACR Esports. They have all 4 players alive, but now eating quite a bit of damage from the back here, as it's going to be Aoki from a distance. It's Friendly Fire Gaming being anything but friendly at the moment.
Well, maybe they need to change their names or their feng shui. As Ramanoid, oh my goodness, another whammy coming in to hit over on towards the side of Allen's. What a knock as he takes that perfect peek. Oh boy, this is just delighting.
Yeah, that was absolutely sublime coming out, and probably going to be feeling it here as they're looking to put more finishing touches. Pokoya going down to Bio 62 now as they're getting stuck in, but it's going to be quite a bit of action transpiring here. CJ and Wolf is going to get eliminated first here, running into Team Hype. as they got to get fully wiped out. And that's again, they've been on that steep decline, and it's been a shame to see that they are not able to pick themselves up here after it was on the first day, the Miramar rounds, that they were finding quite a bit of success. Maybe they're just trying to force it a little bit too much, I feel.
Yeah, I felt like this is definitely a really heartbreaking moment for the side of CGM move. Again, while Miracle will be able to actually find one in this crosshair in the form of vampires, but she's keep up 12 HP left. Thank goodness for those boosters, but here are some nades flying in as well. K9X trying to sniff out Battle Arena Elise that are cutting by the edge. As 24K, they are on the hunt, but M0 will be able to land one shot all the way towards Tactical Rape alongside with Batman to take out Black Ross.
Yeah, look at the three reject players here all combining to be able to land the shots, but M0 with the first few connections there, absolutely sublime to watch there. Well, off screen, we are seeing that Cryptid here engaging with Vitya as they actually, Vitya is getting picked up by a couple different teams at the moment here, so it's really not working out from them. GC Kimbap getting in nice and close here. Darajabat trying to survive, but now Area 51 not able to sustain on. Dabble here is going to get eliminated by 4T14. Currently, the rejects, they do have the numbers, but they are incredibly spread out. Look at Batman at the moment. He's going to be seeing if he can rejoin with Cheesy Kimbap. He's making his way down from that high ground.
Saber having the bullets heading on towards the railings, but it's Roulette that gets that knock once again towards AT-14 once more. Getting to reload, as this is going to be some really wide ground coverage for Aoki. Well, Abby finishes off Roulette from Team Max. Batman's going to be getting back on track once again, knocking Vampires for the second time. Well, M0 boys, that might just be a really good opportunity for a pick.
Oh, Batman, he's getting knocked down. The push, maybe not quite coming out here from Revive team. Currently, Vampire is going to meet his end after he strayed a bit too close to the front, where currently the rejects are taking up residence here. But Darajabat, he's being absolute thorn on that high ground. He's looking to see if he can land those long-range shots. He is the last member, so he can't afford to be a bit careless with that. But it looks like Hurahara are going to finally get eliminated by the combined might of Cryptid, Bad Boys Gaming, and also the likes of Hype.
Oh man, just look at the crosshairs all flying over the corners of Hype, and oh man, that's a little bit too much to take. But as for Kajik, he will get that knock towards the side of Etsis, while Miracle will be just keeping tabs on towards their positioning, just giving a little bit more room for himself to breathe as well. Polly getting knocked out. This is 7 frags for BBG. What are the higher numbers that we see from the team?
Yeah, and they'll definitely be looking to use that to bounce further up the table and hopefully leapfrog Hurahara. Currently, they are second last in the table. Polly going to get res here just in the nick of time, as the smoke's just going to be dissipating ever so much, but they need to haul ass. They only have 10 seconds left here, and they are on the far side. So given the fact that they've been spotted out for what seems like forever, they're going to be in for a really rough ride trying to navigate through all of these lanes of fire.
Batman trying to squeeze those bullets by the corners of the metal fences. This is just a little bit of a peek, but it seems like Hype will end the lives of Curifted. While Curifted has a better performance this time around. Oh, John Shout though. Look at that spray. It's going to be Bio 62 knocking out towards Murayama, and that vehicle is going to be stuck by the edge. And BBG, they're getting members knocked left, right, and center.
The long-range shots coming out from 24K are going to be quite devastating here, and really not allowing them any point of rest. They're going to have to even leave all of their wounded behind as they really need to get away. 24K taking the initiative here. They're actually going to move in ever so closer here from the water treatment. And now they might be able to get up over the top. Currently, they are all starting to expire, though. Loki's is going to be able to catch out Bio62 coming up over the top, as Hype is also going to be piling on the misery. And that's move there from the 24K players might have been a little bit too ambitious.
Certainly would agree to that, as we are looking at an update coming in for this phase. PMA will be able to get a little bit more dollars but outside of the zone, and they will be eliminated. Tactical raid, 9th place. While battleground elites have a little bit more of a problem here, PMA will be finding them pickle up, as the circle does not favor some of these teams.
And now with phase 6 almost upon us, does look like we still have got quite a bit of representation from all these teams. 8 teams still in the game here. M0 going to be able to take down Xavier, but now it is going to be Didarkus moving up. He's going to get 2 knocked here. He's looking for the 3rd here, but he's Chizzy Kimba. He's going to hit the deck just in the nick of time. And now Aoki and Didarkus are combining here to absolutely devastate the southern flank there of the rejects. And now this is going to be, of course, something that Battle Arena Elite is going to look at the kill feed with absolute glee, as they're going to see their closest rival stumble.
Oh man, what a clean finish coming in from him. While there is a little bit more of that flash grenade being popped up, Flood secures the kill alongside with Loki's. And man, they are stacking up their kills from this point onwards. But Hype, they've already heard those shots, and they understand that this is going to be Battle Arena Elites right there. They are looking to challenge them and hoping to put them pretty much out of the game.
Hype, though, is having pretty good game here. 8 kills on the board. They got the 4 players left alive, but so far they have not. It's been kind of 50-50 in the head-to-head engagements with Battle Arena Elites, but looks like Flood is going to go down first. That's an epic first pick. This could be exactly what Hype needs. It's a bit narrow, but if they push here, it's going to work out well in their favor. The nade dealing 50% damage to Neferhor, and the flashbangs landing right on top of them. If they have any nades, this is the time to pop it right in front. And now looks as though the assault is going to continue over the top here. Neferhor going down to answers. Loki's going to be able to refrag there, but he is the last surviving member. John Shout moving up here, but he's getting shot at by PMA. This is going to be ever so awkward for him. He's gone prone and just going to heal up just in the nick of time.
Oh my, a lot of all these stuns have been used up. Robinite getting blinded for a little bit, but there we go. A little bit of that damage being done by Loki is here. He's trying to hold on, but he's got so little left, and Team Hype will be able to make it out alive with all 4 members still intact. What a clinical finish for Team Hype.
That was a great engagement for them, and with all 4 players left surviving, that's exactly the kind of fight that they need them to sustain into the late game here for this second match of the day. Currently, Rejects now will be now looking at the kill feed with a little bit of anticipation, but again, they have been hurt quite significantly here by FFG. They're attracting a lot of this long-range fire, and that's why they haven't been able to really close out the fight with the likes of the Rejects, but there's still going to be 2 of them hanging out there. Aoki, though, is going to get finally spotted out. The curvature of the hillside there going to be working against him, as Answer's going to claim that one.
Yeah, it's a lot of all these open range shots for Team Hype so far on their peak performance right now with 11 kills, and maybe by the end of it all they might just even stack up to 20 perhaps. Hopefully we do get to see that if there ever is a chance, but for now FFG, they're having Aoki getting knocked and he's bleeding out relatively quickly. More and more bullets flying in from the Rejects as well as Hype.
Oh man, Aoki got res only to get knocked down just again from all the shots heading into the smoke there. Answers and Dark is still trying to do their work at the respective ends here, but there's going to be a couple of trades there. Robinoid actually getting knocked down, but it looks like Hype might have the numbers. They have the terrain advantage, but only for a few more seconds. They are going to have to move out from this ridge. There's going to be quite a lot of eyes looking at them, but FFG, they are still suffering seemingly out in the open and relying on nothing but these small little topographical advantages, which are fast depleting as well as they're getting corralled further north.
Yeah, that's going to be FFG there participating in those gun trades. But over on towards the other corner, it's going to be Robinhood getting knocked out. Same goes to Savior once again. They do survive for really long, but there's only going to be this 6 teams here to be battling it all up. Oh, perfect scenario towards the smoke, and he will do a little bit more damage, and he finds Batman instead. Wow, with that very final clip, out of nowhere, Aoki shuts him off by the corner of the smoke.
And yeah, able to finish off the rejects here. We got our 2 top teams out of this game here, and we still have 5 teams remaining. But now, FFG attracting quite a bit of attention. PMA has been quite quiet so far, but they are coming alive here right when it matters. They piled on the pressure on the hype before, and now looks like ACR Esports is doing the same, and things are getting a little bit more heated. PMA, though, is quite in the middle of the center of the map here. Answers on 5 HP, but he's gonna get spot out. Did he not see him? Kitchik finally gonna spot him out, but not be. And right after that, it's gonna be Demon Eater that finally picks up the last player there from Bad Boys Gaming. Oh my goodness, this is absolutely chaotic and pandemonium going on right now.
It is pandemonium right here. It was a lot of back and forth, and I didn't really expect both of them to really go flat on that one. But Aoki going in for a little bit of restock. It's already heard out some moves coming in from PMA. 3-3-2-0 with 3 teams left alive. We're going to be seeing whether or not can PMA finally close out the game that they've been waiting for. But although they do have that numbers advantage, that circle here is going to be moving straight in towards the side of ACR Esports. So let's see how would that fare for them.
Yeah, right now Darkus is kind of in charge of holding this entire flank for FFG. They only have the 2 players left remaining, but Acer Esports, they're going to be really much more focused on PMA. And PMA, they just really are not able to make any moves just because they're still smack in the middle of all of these players. Pete's is the one that has to try and be as subtle as possible, as really with the kind of positioning that all of them have in this final circle. They all have some degree of presence, so it's just more about how they want to plan out for phase 9, where Pete's currently, he just has to stay put. Most likely he can mop up whoever is going to be left remaining. So Dreams and Downey can expect them to be playing very much on the outside of the circle, while Pete's plays this a little bit on the lone wolf side.
And it's going to be vital for them to really set one guy up towards the eastern side and hopefully get those shots triggered up towards the enemy side. While Ace here, they've already gotten 4 frags for Demon Eater. And of course loses out on a duel quite early on. So far, without any sort of kills going on for the side of Rayvax. And I'm surprised because Aoki looked like he did get quite a number of kills, but it was more of kills being secured than getting those knock and kill at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. So AC are finally starting to show their hand. Elliot doesn't have a lot of utility. He used his last smoke just now. Going to be just having 1 flashbang left, but now PMA getting spotted out by Darkus. Not able to finish things off, and it's actually third party that's getting in on that one. Then it looks like PMA's Pete is going to take down both Elliot and Demon Eater at the same time. Dark is finally going to get finished off. Aoki trying to see, can he wrap things up? But it's going to be him who actually faces the music. It is going to be PMA looking absolutely dominant right now. There's only going to be Quadro left here, and he's right next to Downey. Then Downey will be able to finish it, and PMA, they're going to be able to seal the deal here right at the death, seemingly quite passive for most of the game, but they come alive in the closing moments.
That's right, and this is their signature move to be able to secure this big win here in Game 2 of Day 4. What a finisher move coming in from the side of Positive Mental Attitude, PMA. Of course, keeping the positivity alive here in the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. Wow, we saw some pretty crazy stuff inside of this map during phase 6 onwards, and man, a lot of all these population has really got depleted in the blink of an eye.
Absolutely. And this might be exactly the result that PMA needs, especially when the rest of the top teams could not quite perform here in the second match of the day. They're going to probably be looking to overtake Team Hype. Team Hype, they did have a good game up until the later stages. I mean, let's not forget they had that good team fight against Battle Arena Elites, but they couldn't get out of that little hillside into the main areas. They made maybe a little bit too much noise, and yeah, pretty much every team knew that they were there and that they were going to get absolutely smothered the moment that they decided to make a run for it. But yeah, PMA, I mean, they played their cards right, and don't take it wrong when I mentioned that they played more on the passive side. I mean, they were in the middle and thick of things, but they exercised quite a bit of trigger discipline. I feel when the time was right. That they started to. I mentioned like the Armory Gaming circa 2019-esque kind of plays, and we saw a little bit from that in terms of really picking the right fights to take on at the precise moment.
Yeah, I definitely say that they have really a genius move right there, and also trigger discipline is very very crucial in PUBG. And once again, let's congratulate PMA for achieving this chicken dinner with extremely big brain plays, and of course a lot of patience, giving them all the virtue that they need.
Yeah, so Downey, Dreams, Miracle, and Pete's really coming out in spades there. They're going to be absolutely delighted with that one. It's their second win of the competition, and something that will really help cement their status at the top of the table. I mean, we did have the likes of 24K moving up right behind them, but I think that the challenge faltered a little bit from that team, and PMA definitely going to be delighted to put a little bit more distance between them. But yeah, I think looking at this, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to a close here for our second match of the day. We have one more round left to play on Miramar when we're going to be returning back to Erangel for matches 4 and 5. So we'll be taking a very short break, Contra and Play the J. We'll see you in just a few more minutes.
Behold, the beautiful island of Sanak. This cap of land is home to lush vegetation, rustic communities, and plenty of sights for the eager tourist to take in. Here's one now, blazing up the trails on the sturdy and reliable Tukshai. Just look at him go. But Sanak wasn't always the pinnacle of Battleground's locales. Just like everywhere else, it had to evolve and grow to stay relevant as Battleground's rules evolved for a more exciting match. From the hidden bunkers and war-torn fields of Erangel, to the A la Muerte Vamos racetrack on Miramar. From Vikendi's Dino Land and frozen lakes to black zones of Karakin, there's a variety of battlegrounds for everyone to enjoy. Some even have their own special features. Pick up the Panzerfaust and sticky bombs to blow some holes in destructible walls on Karakin. Ooh, watch out for that backblast. The motor glider on Erangel and Miramar lets contestants soar to new heights. Be sure to pick up the Mosin Nagant on Vikendi before you board the top-of-the-line locomotive. Convenient vending machines drop boost items on Miramar, and if you're quick enough, you can drive the Golden Murado. What a beauty! Just don't blow those tires running over a spike strip. Some folks remember a time before grabbing onto ledges was permitted in the official rules. A contestant fleeing the blue zone would leap for a ledge, only to remember it was an illegal action. Ooh, that's gotta sting! Luckily, vaulting and ledge grabbing were eventually made legal, and the Battlegrounds match excitement increased significantly. weapons especially have been upgraded time and time again to keep matches fresh and fun. Let's check in with these two contestants. Say that, which firearms are you fellas using? Well, those are fine weapons, but you're not making the most of them. Here, try this stock for your M16, and this red dot for your micro Uzi. We've made attachments easy to equip, so now they can slot automatically when you loot them. You can even quick swap them to new weapons you pick up. Gee, thanks, mister. Now you two run along and kill each other. Those two could have used some more time on Camp Jackal, our prestigious training area, to learn how to properly use weapons and attachments, not to mention all other facets of the battlegrounds. For those who prefer to practice on live targets, arcade mode gives you a different way to play, including the fan-favorite Team Deathmatch. Communication is key on the battlegrounds, so we've made it easier to share your plans with teammates, regardless of language. Smart pings and quick markers give information quickly and easily. You can even let allies know which supplies you need. Speaking of supplies, the best gear on the island is just a signal away when using a flare gun. Call in a special care package that contains crate weapons and gear, or the heavily armored and amphibious BRDM-2 transport. You there, you're leaving a valuable tool laying around. That gas can used to only refuel vehicles, but can now be used to set fiery and explosive traps. He's over here, fellas. Now wait for it, and blammo! Why, there's even a tool to deal with those pesky building campers. One stick of C4 is all it takes to send them scattering into the open, making them such an easy target that even little Timmy could pick them off. It's fun for the whole family. For those looking to prove what they're made of, Survival Mastery, Weapon Mastery, and the new Ranked Mode are all available to show the world you have what it takes, no matter the discipline. There are even special rewards for Ranked Mode that you can't get anywhere else, so rank up while the season is active. Yes, my friend, the battlegrounds continue to evolve, and Sanhok is getting the royal treatment with Season 8. Expect to see more on the loot truck, decoy grenade, and secret history of the legendary Sanhok 4 as Season 8 draws on. For now, drop into your favorite battleground and enjoy all the content PUBG has to offer. We'll see you next time.
For PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. It's Play of the Day alongside with me, Contra, to be bringing you even more action coming in towards our final round of Miramar for day number 4 before we head in towards the greeneries of Arangel for sure. So far we saw the really big frag volume coming in for PMA, and of course they did get themselves that chicken dinner. Same goes to other teams that have been putting a whole lot of numbers, just like Team Hype, and they got themselves 12 kills to boot to secure 15 points. But it's PMA that to lead the charts here, and Bad Boys Gaming hits into number 3 with 12 points.
Yeah, so great result here for Bad Boys Gaming in particular. But yeah, PMA and Hype are two teams following up behind the two leaders. A very good performance coming out from them, especially since both Battle Arena Elites and the Rejects could only manage 5 points apiece. ACR Esports and FFG, this is the kind of result that we wanted to see coming out from them a little bit more consistently. And ACR Esports will get 11 points, FFG with the 10. 24K though, they're kind of sliding a little bit here by only managing the 4 points here. And that's going to be it for our match 17 leaderboard. But now let's take a look. How does this play a factor in our overall standings?
Well, we'll be looking into the overall standings really soon, as we have Battle Arena leads already at 208, while the Rejects here managed to stash up a total of 185 points. So with both of these teams really taking 5 points each in the previous round, nothing much has really changed in terms of gap disparity or anything at all. But Hype alongside with PMA, they are now tied at 136.
Yeah, just gonna be 5 kills separating them into the tiebreaker here. But yeah, 24K is still gonna be behind, but again, not exactly keeping pace as much as they would like. Team Max didn't have the best of rounds in the second round of today, but there's enough gap there to really maintain that distance with CGM Wolf. CGM Wolf going out very early in this game and really just not able to get anything going. It seems that only 1 point from the previous round. So Acer Esports still going to be hanging in there as now, given the number of points that they're on the board, it's going to be a bit more rare to see a lot more of these teams leapfrogging one another. As of course, the points can get a little bit astronomical.
Yeah, the points seems very far fetched for certain teams to really chase, like maybe teams like Q Rifted, who played a better round for that previous game, but you know, the distance between them as well as the top fraggers of the tournament so far, pretty much hard for them to really chase up for the current time being. But let's have a look as we will be moving in towards our top fraggers of the tournament. Last I mentioned, it's gonna be Roulette and Hillfox representing Team Max to be popping up on your screens as well. 5 kills for Roulette, Bio60 with 5 kills again to add on top of the list. Flood now nowhere to be seen, but Loki's will be able to secure 4 kills and live action representing Team Hype with Triggy.
Yeah, so good contributions from our top fraggers from this match, and yeah, I think it was one of those matches where it's just a little bit topsy turvy. You couldn't quite tell which of the stronger teams that have been able to get results so far in this event have been able to really rise to the top. But yeah, Team Max really able to get something from this game, despite of course not really getting into the later stages as they would have liked there. But anyways, we shall see. But I'm not sure that this is entirely correct because yeah, Team Max they didn't get a lot of kills in that previous game. But whatever it is, definitely Loki's did there as he was contributing a bit more for Battle Arena Elites.
So far, Loki's have been able to really stash up those points, and of course that 4K definitely proved to be very vital when they managed to only snatch 5 points in that previous round. So we'll see how would the other teams really cope with the final round inside of inside of Miramar, which will be happening in a couple minutes from now. So we'll be looking into how the other teams like PMA and Hype they have been battling quite a number of times already for a few rounds, and not only that, there is a little bit of that sort of a stalemate between PMA and another team that was on the table early on with the same exact point.
Yeah, and I think we did see that 24K was challenging a little bit closer, but yeah, not quite on the same points. But yeah, I think 24K, they did have a good game. Number one, of course, they did manage to get 15 points in that, but yeah, kind of faltering with only the 4 in the previous one. Bio62 did get eliminated first in the previous game, so maybe that set them on that trajectory without the talisman player. They were going to be in a little bit more of a dicey situation. But in any case, I think we did see some good contributions, anyways, from the players as well from 24K in the form of Ezo in the very first round. Just need to see maybe a little bit more of that here to really close things out and provide that solid contribution. Because I mean, we talk about solid contributions all around, and it's no strange reason why we're seeing so many of Battle Arena Elites and the Rejects featuring in our top fraggers, top damage, top survivability again and again. You know, I think it's very indicative of you know how much weight is being pulled in general.
Yeah, and I definitely think that there's so much more weight to be pulled back yet again, because we still have a few more rounds to play out, which is going to be 3 remaining rounds for day number 4. So the Rejects, they relied a lot on Spaggy to really bring in those numbers in the past couple of days. Today he managed to clutch it once again. M0 also getting quite a number of frags, while Batman has been getting pretty good snipes here and there. But if they can't get all 4 members in towards the final circle, I think they stand a better chance at it. But a couple of all these games, we only see maybe a solo unit or a duo. But good news was that they still managed to get one in the back for today, at the very least.
Yeah, and we're talking about getting into these later stages, I think apart from Battle Arena Elites, where they managed to comprehensively win the game in game match 4 yesterday, I think most of our rounds we have not seen a complete dominant finish for all that often, And I thought looking at the previous round, for example, PMA, they were in a really difficult spot, stuff between both FFG and the likes of Acer Esports. Yet still managed to come out on top of that. Very grindy in our very first match. I mean, remember Spaggy's 1v2 clutch? That was definitely something to behold in its own right. But for different reasons, and I think what we need to see is these. Teams who really want to challenge, really put out that kind of closing out that we saw from Battle Arena Elites in the second game from yesterday.
And of course, there was a couple of all these sort of the big plays that has been going around, but we really want to see how things are going to be going for this upcoming match here, which will be really exciting for all of us as we will be taking this flight and towards Miramar once again. But once more, let's have a look in towards the overall leaderboard before we get ourselves in towards that match. So, of course, if you guys are not updated or have been living under the rock, Battle Arena leads here at 208 points, 185 for the Rejects, 136 for both Hype as well as PMA in 24K here with 11 points. Oh, sorry, 111 points is to correct myself. 102 for Team Max, 98 for CGM Wolf, and Acer Esports with 86.
I think with Bad Boys Gaming getting a very good round in the previous one where they did manage to get the 12 points. I mean, look at that. That allowed them to leapfrog above Huruhara. Let's not forget Huruhara has been able to get some pretty good results in their own right in the last couple of days. So that they're starting to get closer to FFG, but at least FFG is starting to put some points on the board themselves. Griff did today. Let's not forget they also did manage to get have for all of their players here, so that could make a substantial difference if we look at it. But we'll see how things are going to be playing out a little bit more for them. Area 51, it seems as though they're kind of hit and miss here and there. Mr. Flank definitely can really offer that extra dynamic when it comes to the team fights. But yeah, I think it's the coordination from the team in general and deciding the key decisions, which is always going to be a kind of the deciding factor for them. We haven't seen them get into the top finishes all that often, if at all. If more recent memory serves me correctly as well.
Yeah, and it's been quite a while since we see them really getting all the way there, as Area 51 has yet to actually achieve that chicken dinner in their bag. But as we look at towards the mid-table from 8th to 12th place, honestly, they're not too far apart. All it takes is a chicken dinner to really change the tempo of their position. While as for FFG, Bad Boys, who are equipped, of course, there's so much work for them to do to really be able to get themselves in towards at least the top half of the ladder to really uh, give themselves a pat on the back and say, hey, we take pride in what they do. Not to say that they don't as of current, but uh, sometimes when you play your hats out and you still don't really get all too much from it, you know, it just gets very, very frustrating. So they still have to put their level best to really achieve those results of those chicken dinners. And as we look into its the entirety of the list here, uh, it's really about those kill volumes that really make a big difference to their positioning. As you can see, Team Max, they play very aggressively in the past couple of days to really stash up that sixth place spot, and now they are already racing up against 24K esports, which is going to be pretty much something that they do look forward to doing.
Yeah, I think when you do manage to get kills contributing so substantially to your score, I mean, of course, it's gonna really help you spike up the table. But I mean, you compare Team Max versus the composition of points that both CGM Wolf and ACR Esports have. It's definitely going to be about that 70% mark of the points coming from the kills as compared to maybe roughly about 50%, for both CGM Wolf and ACR Esports. And definitely not being afraid to take fights against the opposition. That demonstrates to me that the nerves are not really getting to them. When they start seeing names like Battle Arena leads, or the rejects and stuff going to be in the near vicinity. And I think it's being able to really take each engagement one by one and have the rational decision making. That's always what's going to be important. And I think PMA does this as well. They're able to really just dissect those kind of situations. It's just when you got too many teams around at the same time, then you really need to carefully play your cards right on that one. And I think we did talk about that earlier on. As a result, PMA able to take that second game of the day.
Yeah, and that is a very important factor that separates some teams, the better teams, and from those the ones who are on an average level at the very least. So decision making, sometimes you just need to know what's your priority, which zones are going to be the hotly contested zones, and of course, when it comes down to the late game, is there going to be any sort of threat at all? The most important thing is either to remove the threat or completely dodge it. So their decision making has to be on that perfect point, where whether if it's to engage in the fight or to play turtle for a moment. PMA, out of the many teams, have pretty much have the best of discipline. So this is where I definitely commend them in terms of what they've been doing thus far. And of course, it's going to be a little bit of a tough decision for some of all the other players out there when it comes down to such a long, drawn out tournament of 30 games to be played out.
Yeah, and I think do you think that there are a lot of patterns coming out from some of these teams that makes it more or less effective to really go back and study all the VOD footage? And I know that there are so many days to dissect. Are there going to be a lot of teams here you think that are really going to put a lot of stead into that kind of approach?
Well, I think that some of these teams have been adapting pretty well, and now we're going to be seeing how things are going to be going for our very final run inside of Miramar and the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series here. This is going to be another epic matchup that's going to be coming in towards your flight as we are taking out from the corners of Los Higos, all the way cutting across Los Leones, La Benita, Minas Generales, and of course the junkyard in between, all the way up to El Azahar.
Yep, so a lot of teams are already going to be dropping out early over Valle del Mar. So it would be cool to see a different circle because honestly, it's pretty much been on that northern side seemingly for every single round. But hey, I mean, we can only hope, right? And hopefully we're going to get a little bit of Christmas early on, as now we're still seeing that quite similar drop points for a lot of these teams. Max team Team Max rather has been going for Chumacera, 24K, Los Leones. No one really wanting to rock the boat all that much, And I think apart from yesterday's early game altercation that we saw most of the rejects getting taken out by Huruhara, we haven't yet to see any real hot drop kind of scenarios. Everyone has kind of respected the areas that everyone does kind of favor for their own, and we'll see if that is going to change, but looking very unlikely at the moment.
Yeah, and as for the visitors of Los Leones, there's about 3 teams dissecting the entirety of the map. Oh, okay, a little bit of a flip over on that buggy, but Acer Esports is going to be A-OK. They're going to be reaching Battleground.
Yeah, and looks like I'm never going to get my wish, it would seem. The circle is going to be shifting all the way north, and looks similar to quite a number of the circles that we've seen thus far, but that also means that everyone should be well versed in how to play it and whether or not they put the preparation into that, and considering the fact that everyone is dropping in relatively the same places, I think this is going to be the more and more similar circles we have, the more that it's going to be a test of how these teams have really learned from their past experiences.
Yeah, and I guess every single one of all these circles so far, being on the Northern Territory, they have been used to that early rotation already. So you can see that all these teams really prioritize on towards getting those vehicles. As for Team Max, they have the entirety of Chumatera to really loot up from Squadro. This is going to be keeping that Win 94 alongside with his current weapon as well. So I'm not too sure about the Win 94. Maybe he might want to swap that one away.
Well, who knows? You might have that for a little bit of a show kill there, but Essie here is going to get shot at. Adul not able to land the shots, but it doesn't need to. It kind of spins all by itself, and he's going to be a sitting duck for a few of those shots. Two of connections are going to be landing onto the cryptid player, but he's still going to be able to get away. Essie here might be able to escape into the sunset, but yeah, he's pretty much got just a drop of blood left in his body at this point in time.
I think maybe he should have had that reload going on.
1 HP!
And look at that! That turret has popped! Oh man. He needs a new wheel for sure, and he's got no loot whatsoever. Lady Lucky smiling on his side. Well, Q rifted. Where are the rest of the members though?
Yeah, I think everyone is busy trying to secure their respective vehicles, and it could very much be that because the circle shifted north, everyone is their entire team is deciding to make that early rotation. Maybe they might head a bit more to the northwestern side of the circle because they can be drawing the conclusion that there won't be that many teams that would naturally be there at this stage of the game. And we have actually not seen that kind of behavior a lot from these players, but oh, look at the shots coming out here. Mr. Flank is going to be able to live up to his name, taking down Rixus, and he had no clue of the Area 51 players' whereabouts, and he's going to be eating that one. And actually, Asi here is just actually going to be pushing up the highway from Valle del Mar, and as the rest of them are going to be all around that Monte Nuevo side.
Wow. Very interesting scattered teams across these fields. You can see Area 51 taking a 2-2 approach, while Downey is going to be nearby Noisy, as our team RT will not be able to knock him out this time around. So I guess nobody really wants to visit Cristobal as of current. The past couple of days, it seems like Cristobal has been empty. I'm not sure whether if any teams actually want to drop there in the future, but we'll check that out much later on. Oh, Cheesy Kimbap already receiving a little bit of damage right there. The rejects are pretty much around the corner, so they will be able to give Cheesy Kimbap a helping hand.
Oh yeah, but luckily I think they should be able to maintain their overall squad strength. Just going to be a little bit of a pat on the back, so to speak. AWM going to be nicely waiting here, but still going to have to get a team to drive on close by, as we have seen it already feature a little bit in the competition, Elliot, as though both being able to grab some kills with it, but see if anyone is going to really abuse the killing prowess of that gun against level 3 gear. I don't think it's kind of featured so far over the 4 days.
Yeah, we haven't really seen anybody really working that one out, really rocking the entire competition with that. But imagine it falls into the hands of Flood, though. He is on that SLR, and he's already getting that knocked towards members of PMA.
Yeah, now Robinoid might become the hunted here, as you know, he's gonna still have 3 of these players gonna be right on his doorstep, but doesn't look as though the rejects really want to follow through with this one. Pocoyo is gonna be able to claim an early kill here for CGM Wolf, and that's a little bit of revenge considering that 24K, they were being a little bit of a thorn in their backside the previous round, and that kind of influenced them going out pretty early on. They're gonna be pleased with that one. Yeah, we'll see what happens with CGM Wolf. I'm not going to try and overanalyze on that one because kind of seen where that goes.
So far, Hype being pretty much scattered away from each other, having Robinoid now hopping on his bike if he wants to. But I think he still wants to go in for the trade. And yeah, a little bit of a back and forth going on between him and as well as Batman. And Azers is going to be driving by as well. John Shout already receiving a little bit of info. So this is going to be a wide angle flank coming in from the side of Team Hive. I think this is a very bold move coming in, but they are going to see whether can they eliminate the top dog of the tournament.
And for Team Hype, right, with these circles that we're seeing, they should be pretty pleased with the kind of early positioning that they get, because we're always playing on the northern side. Cryptid here trying to put a lot of these shots onto the rotations coming out, but not able to land it onto the ACR Esports players. They actually got out of the vehicles to open fire, but not going to be getting anything from that series of exchanges. They're going to continue onwards, go to the La Cabrera side of things. Battle Arena Elite just trying to do some of these long-range skirmishes after they seemingly going to settle for this position south of Bad Boys Gaming.
And it seems like there's a lot of vehicles that really tip over some of all these rocky terrains. But these guys here would be just as lucky as the Duke with 1 HP and towards Valdemar. So far, the rejects haven't got anything at all.
Yeah, so I think that's not necessarily a bad thing. Yeah, I think there's plenty of time to still get something. But now, Friendly Fire Gaming, they are still going for this long rotation. And let's not forget, they were pretty far away here to start with, but going to be actually around the Los Leones side if memory serves me correctly. But now Cryptid seemingly been waiting along this roadside. They're only just going to be making the corner here, and yeah, I think of course they're going to have quite an easy path there. But I want to be able to see them be able to secure a good spot in the early stages of a game and really just have a nice solid one. CG and Wolf actually going to be getting some Mad Max action onto 24K.
Oh man, this is going to be going a little bit rowdy. 24K already looking to actually secure the kills, and Pasha gets that knock towards the side of Wolf to really open up the score charts. Well, a little bit of that smoke being set up, hoping to actually go in for the rescue. Bio62 is going to be dashing his way out of there, and this might just be a little bit tough for them. A little bit of Molotov being thrown up in the air as we see another name coming in as well. As is finding the knock towards the side of Spaggy, but we're going to be focusing on towards this battle. Well, Pasha hoping to actually go in for that push. It won't have a couple of these players right down below. Oh, this is going to be the nade here that will be catching out Ezo.
Oh, it falls right in his lap there, and now there's only Bio62 left here. Everything is not fine, and he burns alive there as Ezo can't get away. Alan's taking quite a bit of damage here. Is Bio62 going to make it? Oh no, it's actually PMA. It's going to be Downey across the road, trying to annoy them just a little bit, but looks like Loki's is going to catch him of all people. And now the nades are coming out from Pasha. Can he actually steal the kill here? And the damage is quite heavy, but oh, look at the GZ Kimbap nade is going to finish off 2 of his teammates. Spaggy and M0. I'm not sure what is happening for the rejects.
I'm not all too sure as well. Maybe they might have caught themselves in towards a really sticky situation where they could not be able to escape from. And it seems to be that it will be Hype that storms through the building. And maybe that might just be the reason why, but maybe it could have been a big blunder. We don't really have the cams on towards that section, but it's going to be Vampires being knocked there by Vitas. So we'll see Boy going in for those long-range shots. Eventually, we'll see them bleed out to death as well. Mushi gets finished off by Estes as Asier also gets that knock towards the side of Hillfox. Team Max, they are on that roller coaster ride and they might have not buckled up their seatbelt.
Did Cheesy Kimbap think it was a smoke grenade?
Maybe.
Well, we can only guess here, but now LeJotte coming out from Red. He's trying to put the finishing touches there. Finally does it. Revive team is going to be eating the dirt right now. Two of them going to be finished off, and what a clutch play coming out there. Almost no HP remaining there. Roulette is going to take down Shogun. Asi here going down to Old Man. This is going to be Team Max moving up over the top. There's going to be the trade here from No Fox. Still will be focusing on trying to get some of their players. Sophistek here going down as well. It's only going to be Etsas who's going to be left in the park here. And he's going to see if he can spot out anyone else. He has to go for the heal here. He just doesn't have a lot of HP to work with. This has been a tooth and nail fight. I don't think that Team Max here has any more players, but Etsas, he has no idea what is going on. He's going to have to play this carefully and see if he can get his teammates up as soon as possible.
Wow, that was quite a hustle coming out, and here comes Basha with a great knock just by the corner of the tree. Lurking around, and now he's going to be able to really put in the damages. FFG, oh my, another lurker comes in from the back, hoping to perhaps go in for the pan, but FFG, once again, surprise, surprise. Now the CGM members are back on track with this 4K.
Whew, CGM Wolf, spicy stuff coming out from them. Two good team fights coming out from them. Adul, he's going to get taken down though in this close range fight with Team Hype. Hype moving in here, but they're going to be trading a couple of Quadro and Mr. Flank. Going to be getting on the board in this one, but Acer Esports, they have 3 players left standing here, and they are starting to go for the flanking maneuvers here, but there's only going to be this one high player to try and deal with it.
Alice does not spot out the guy falling on the ground. It seems like he will be able to perhaps get a little bit more of that damage over the side of Robinoid. Robinoid gets that knock towards the side of Demon Eater as they are hoping to actually get that perfect push. It's been a little bit tough as we are still seeing more of these guys trying to go in for the revival, but Hype going in for that push inside the smoke, and it seems like he misses. Quadro getting run over by Answers, and this is such an evil Knievel move, and Acer Esports got themselves crushed in that compound.
Whoa, Answers coming in with the cavalry as he's going to be able to completely take him out there. What a way to make an entrance, you know. And looks like it's going to be Hype that's going to be able to sustain here as they look to still contest with the likes of PMA, Battle Arena Elites, and the Rejects into the standings. But now looks like we are going to be seeing that everyone has kind of managed to find a spot here. Not really going to be too worried for at least a few more seconds. But I think looking at this, you know, we've seen some pretty insane plays coming out so far in this game. But Battle Arena Elites, they look as though they're trying to get back on track here. They have that 4-man watching quite a substantial amount of area. That's really going to help deny a lot of space on the surrounding areas.
Oh man, there's a little bit of the flip over for Etsus. As Curifted, after a really tough battle, gets eliminated, while Team Max only having Roulette, having 2K already on the back. Vitez hoping to actually land a few more shots, while Hype, 7 kills in the span of 15 minutes. They definitely must have had a big pat on their own backs for now. Well, Ghosting Boy is trying to march up the hill to challenge that sole unit of Team Max.
Well, so far, Hype has been on a tear. Don't forget, they got 12 kills in the previous game, albeit they didn't quite get the placing that they would have wanted, but they still managed to get 15 points total from match number 2. Now, it does look like Vitez starting to push up here. Roulette is going to be the last player from Team Max. They did have him get out from that fight against Cryptid, but playing a bit on the noisy side, if I say so, for a solo squad member. So he's really attracting a lot of attention, and Ghostly Boy will attest to that here. Oh, look at this. Vitez is looking to claim another point here. I'm not sure what Roulette can do. He's going to be able to take one, but he can't get both, and that's going to be 3 kills there on the board for Vitez.
Well, perfect group work coming in. Well, Murayama is going to be locking his crosshair by the wheat fields out in the open. There's a lot of smokes being popped out as we are seeing the circle moving in towards this vicinity as well. A lot of all these teams are really on the open field. As for CGM Wolf, they are turtling right now. They don't really have much coverage other than the usage of these smokes. Well, back towards the side of Tactical Raid. Reducing a little bit more mobility as Black Rose are trying to catch a couple more of these movers across the map.
Oh no, CGM Wolf taking quite a bit of hits here. They move into the field, but not going to be a lot of cover offered to them. Slidey is on the ground. They've already lost Allen's here. And now it's going to be absolutely precarious. Cheesy Kimbap, though, taking a double against the likes of Huruhara, as he was trying to hold things out on that northern side of Hacienda del Patron, but it's going to be a bit difficult. He takes on JV as well. Not able to sustain any longer as Miguel finally going to clear things out. He's looking to see, can he get JV back up here, but there is going to be Battle Arena Elites all moving in to try and capitalize on the situation. Neferhor going to be seeing, can he get the nade inside, but looks like it's Sophia who's going to be able to deny the revive.
Wow, they even get that sort of kill around towards a Soul Retech member right there. Oh, open field affair coming in from Mal Kendrick as he gets that catch over the side of Pete's. One shot over on towards the pan, lucky for him. While Messi as well as Mr. Plank, they are both bleeding out. There's not much time left. Area 51 wipes out the entirety of PMA. After they got themselves that chicken in the last round, this is not going to be working out at all. One more pan shot. Oh.
Whew. Wow, and momentum killed straight away there for PMA. And when you got Hype playing it as well as they are at the moment, that's exactly what you don't want to have happen. It's going to be difficult for them to catch up now. Well, technically they're level on points, but yeah, I think just looking at this round, Hype is probably going to separate the difference here. But we'll see how the scores look like a little bit later on. Vitez, they are due for getting another win as they have got that dominance on the eastern side of the zone. Got a lot of time to work with. Bio62 seemingly doing it alone in more ways than one here, and he's going to be under that purview by Ghostly Boy and the rest of Vitez. Currently, those long-range shots starting to connect. Doesn't have a lot of places to go, but extreme range. But Ghostly Boy is not even going to care. He's going to nail him between the eyes. Bio62 is going to exit here as only 6 teams remaining.
Oh my goodness, that was one of the craziest shots that I've seen in the long while in the entirety of the tournament. But here comes Flood though. He's trying to actually go in for the chase against Tactical Rave. Well, there's a fly bingle out of nowhere. Well, Flood gets that catch. He already knows that he's hiding by the corner, but he will need a little bit of helping hand. And man, Bio62 must have definitely felt it from miles and miles away, but now as for the side of Tactical Raid, this might just be a really good moment, but oh, it won't be! Battle Arena leads, pummeling them down once again!
Wow, the combo coming out from there. They're just trying to secure the kill there on the Flood. Not going to happen as well. Denied by Neferhor and Loki's coming through in scintillating fashion, and now they're going to be able to reset at the expense of Tactical Raid, but with the 5 teams left remaining here, it's going to be definitely for them to return back to winning ways. Area 51, though, this could be a good round for them. Mal Kendrick's down on the ground at the moment here, as they've been cleaning up on the Vitez flank here. but there's not a lot that they can do to save their comrade. They're going to just continue to have Tobex and Ghostly Boy on the northern side, but Battle Arena Elites, they have their sights set on their next target. They're going to try and gatekeep the likes of Bad Boys Gaming.
Not only them, it seems like Hype really wants to get in towards the action as well. Murayama already having the gun pointed at them, while Flood tries to tap them off of that driver's seat. They are moving relatively slowly. And speaking of which, it will be Lokis that takes out Murayama.
Oh yeah, and he's going to be able to confirm the kill there. Bad Boys Gaming going for the desperation rotation here. Not an awful lot that they could do. They have to make the moves there. And Hype is also not relenting here. They're going to be weighing in. Polly going to go down next here. As Flood answering. But speaking of answering, Answers is going to be able to steal the kill. So Team Hype and Battle Arena Elites might collide yet again as they look to see who is going to be able to take the lion's share of the points from this one.
Sophia now calling through. They heard those shots coming in from the side of Area 51. Just being the usual scout that he is, and towards this late phase, they do have 15 seconds to work with. And now Robin Knight catches on towards Kuchik on the head, secures that kill, and Flood might be able to actually steal this one away. It's not too far away from his hands to perhaps get a little bit of grasp, but that old man hiding behind the chat. We haven't really seen the battle between Batman versus Bat Old Man or with Old Man himself, so I really want to see that happen someday.
Oh yeah, I think it was on day one where yeah, we did see them quite close proximity to each other. So yeah, that was a bit of a tongue twister, I do believe. But yeah, now Battle Arena Elite starting to rotate around the side. They might be able to get some good shots there onto Area 51. Currently, a lot of noise being made. Sophia is going to be able to use that to his advantage. Going to be able to navigate through correctly, but Loki's going to be hanging back a little bit more. But now it looks like they're going to engage. Malkendrick's going to get shot through the smoke here. Neferhor is going to be able to claim that one. Battleman just looking to stick it out for as long as possible. But now with that confirmed kill, Area 51 knows their number might be up here if they don't hold this position in a more favorable manner. Otherwise, Sophia and the rest of them are going to be pushing through. Oh, the nade there again, landing right on Malkendrick's body, but not going to be anyone there looting from the corpse.
Now, towards the side of Hype, they do have 9 points in terms of kills. They want to secure a win by the end of this one to really solidify their position, because things have been shaking up from the 5th place onwards. And Neferhor, speaking of Hype, he will be able to bring Robin down on his knees with that hit shot, while over side of Vites, they are slowly closing in towards Area 51.
Well, at least Battleman has an extra helmet should he ever need it, but I think if he gets shot in the head at this point, that's probably going to be game over. But we'll see if Battleman is going to have problems with that. Right now, he does have the very central position, so it's likely that he's going to still not have to move anywhere in drastic fashion. And oh, look at this gif here for Vites, but it might not be the weapon that they need, but definitely can make use of the level 3 gear. That's always going to be important in these head-to-head fights, especially when you got the likes of Area 51 and behind them Battle Arena Elites looking at you is going to be the wrong thing. But now Battle Arena Elites, they're moving in for the kill. They have to be a little bit mindful, but right now they've exercised quite a bit of trigger discipline. But the headshot there onto Sophia sit right back down. Battle Arena Elites back into full reverse. Is also going to be Flood getting knocked down.
It's going to be Area 51 reacting towards this situation here, while Neferhor trying to actually sweep them out. That'll be pretty much a break through the HB chunked out over on the side of Kmon, but Vites wants to butt in from the top side of the hill. Area 51 getting extremely wiped out by the two of these teams, while Tobex joining in for today. He will be able to do a little bit more damage to the side of BAE, but this is quite a distance to cover. Oh, what a headshot coming from Neferhor!
Wow, the plays coming out from him absolutely on point with the SLR, and BAE takes that bad situation and able to turn it into something positive. And now Vites is going to be on the back foot. Area 51 absolutely decimated. The rest nowhere to be seen. Hype, though, they do have the numbers. They can make something out of this, but they are currently not in the best of spots to really exercise any form of definitive action here. Currently, there is still Vites on the top of the hill here, really restricting a lot of the potential plays that they can do for fear of getting shot out in the open like this. Ghostly Boy unleashing Robinoid, also trying to get closer here, but he strays away from the fence at the wrong moment there. But John Chow will be the one to get the next kill there for Team Hype.
Seems like it's a really good successive shot coming in from Ghostly Boy, the one that managed to tap away towards Bio62 from such a long range, as he's really strutting his stuff on his Mini 14. All these smokes have to be forced right in, as Phase 7 will shrink all the way inwards, while Answer's going to be pushing on towards the corner right here. Bay AE. They are the furthest away from the circle, but maybe they will be able to climb over a steep hill perhaps, and eventually put up some rounds against Hype.
Wow, everyone is really playing for King of the Hill right now. Vites is sandwiched between everyone. I do not envy their position, and they're going to get shot in the head. Tovax goes down almost instantly as he peeks up over the top. Ghostly Boy is going to get shot from behind, and now we are down to our last two teams. It is Team Hype and Battle Arena Elite. Old rivalries will resurface here, and they will trade here. Robinoid and Loki trading tit for tat, and now it's going to be a 2v2 situation. Neferhor and Sophia having this more central position. Robinoid is going for the res here, but the shots are landing substantially onto John Chow. He can't influence things all that much, but there's enough cover here to get that player up, and now they realize they're going to be at a man disadvantage unless they try and go for Loki's. The smokes coming out in the nick of time. Neferhor going to be going there. Sophia going to try and hold things by himself, as he seemingly has done numerous occasions.
Couple of nades being popped towards the side of Sophia. This might just be a really good connection here, as Sophia catches fire. He doesn't really have all too much of the health left, but that fire will subside, leaving 24 HP for him to work with at the very least. Now, you need to boost her up. Hype here having a lot of HP to work with. Perhaps that might be a little bit of more advantage towards the side of Hype, but in terms of angles, I would say BAE have a lot more field of view as compared to Hype, who's currently peeking by the corner of a rock with not much room to really move. And that circle is going to be shrinking in about 5 seconds from this point onwards. Hype, so far, 11 kills in the back. If they can secure Battle Arena Elites, it will be a total of massive 14k. And oh my, Sophia getting attacked once again. Same goes to Neferhor. And Answers can't actually move right in. They're going to be scattered all upon the sides, while a lot of bullets have been flying in. And let's see what will happen from this point onwards. Oh, Jiao Jiao!
Oh, Sophia gonna be able to get the Hype player. It's a 3-on-2 situation. Robinoid and Answers trying to do what they can. Answers goes down. There's only one left. Robinoid missing the Graza, but he can't account for the close range shots. And it's gonna be Battle Arena Elites returning back to the top of the result standings here with the 15 kills in tow. And yeah, even though they didn't get Loki's up in time right at the end there, they eventually did. And they still held on to that central position, and the ball was firmly in Team Hype's court, and unfortunately, they couldn't convert.
Yeah, and that's a massive 25-pointer for their side. Well, this is going to be them still remaining on top of the leaderboard after such a big win for them. And I gotta say that they gotta count their lucky stars for a little bit, because Area 51 were putting quite a number of the rough scenarios for them, where of course we saw Sophia getting knocked at first, but Vites from the top side of the hill was actually helping out as well, putting a few members down from the side of A51. And of course, these are your Battle Arena Elites who managed to clinch yet again another chicken dinner, and they are tying the number of chicken dinners alongside with the rejects with a total of 5.
Yeah, so what an awesome performance coming out from them. And it didn't even matter that they didn't have all of the players there right at the end. They didn't need it, as Yeah, they managed to really approach the situation very carefully, and yeah, definitely I have to thank Vitesse for that. So I think with that, it's definitely something that they can look back and think like, yeah, we thank our lucky stars on that one because they had two players getting knocked out during the altercation, and they managed to get them all back up in a jiffy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, that does mean that we have reached the end of our Miramar segment. We'll be moving on to Erangel in just a little bit for our final two matches. But before that, we'll have a short commercial break. So make sure you go get your beverage of choice, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Wow，5个急救吗？这个我要。
Level 3 vests and helmets with the.
What the f***이다. 이렇게? 아치! 좀 많은데 저거.
Oh, what? Duncan's M4? No!
Yo, baby! Whoa!
Rolling down the lonely roads of Sanhok is PUBG's latest feature, a heavily armored loot truck carrying a treasure trove of gear for those persistent enough to take it down. But where can you find these trucks? What loot do they offer? And how do you stop them? Loot trucks spawn exclusively on Sanhok and originate from one of several garages located around the island. When the match starts, up to 4 of these garages will release a truck, which travels roads around the island until taken down by players. Up to 4 trucks will roam the island at a time, and another will be spawned each time one is destroyed, up to a maximum of 8 total trucks per match. These heavily armored behemoths require a large assault to take down, and will push anything in their path out of the way. They can even resist the force of other vehicles running into them. In fact, the only way to stop a loot truck's movement is by deploying spike strips, though even then the pause is only temporary. Still, a stationary target is easier to hit than a moving one. Loot trucks take decreased damage due to their heavy armor, but they do have some vulnerabilities. Attacking the trucks from the sides will deal increased damage, and explosive weapons such as the Panzerfaust, which now spawns in Sanhok, pack a heavy punch against these trucks as well. As the trucks take damage, they'll drop containers of loot, and give even more once destroyed completely. This loot can contain level 3 gear, and weapons already kitted out with attachments. There are even 4 specially skinned weapons from a historic moment in Sanhok's past. One quick note, loot truck explosions are no minor thing, so make sure you give them some room when they finally go boom. Every shot fired is a signal to enemy teams, so you'll need tactics, persistence, and speed to take them down and safely loot their treasures. These trucks often travel through the reworked towns of the island, so start here if you want a little more cover while you take them down. Loot trucks are spawning now on Sanhok, so grab your team, some explosives, and a lot of ammo, and drop in today.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. I'm Play of the J Contra, joining me as my co-caster here. We've been having a thrilling ride as we kickstarted the second half of the series this day, but I think we've had 3 cracking rounds so far, and can't wait to see how the next 2 are going to be transpiring.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that you guys who have been watching since a couple of days ago might have actually seen something like a deja vu. PMA, BAE, as well as the rejects have clinched those chicken dinners for today, but we still have even more to come for sure. Now, BAE top the charts here with 25 kills with 17 points over the side of Team Hype, when 10 points for both A-Ray 51 and Vitas. CGM Wolf, better run for them, 8 kills, but no positioning points whatsoever. While Team Max, 5 points, 4 points for Bad Boys, giving Q Rift with a total of 3. And over on towards 9th place to 16, this will be, of course, lower numbers from there with 3 points for Tactical Rape, the Rejects with 2, and the rest of them 1 point except for Revive Team.
Yeah, I think a bit disappointing there for PMA and 24K. Definitely would have wanted to get something more out of that, and definitely rejects only 2 points. That is going to hurt, especially considering the amount of points that the likes of Battle Arena Elites managed to put on the board, and now that's going to blow things out of proportion here when it comes back to the overall standings here after 18 matches of play, as Battle Arena Elites still going to be leading the way quite substantially here. 233 points, followed by the 187 that the rejects have. It's a substantial leap in terms of the overall kills, and we know that they have that even contribution going all around, which definitely putting them on the right track. Team Hype, though, going to be opening up a big lead over PMA after they managed to get a big round in the previous match with the 17 points, as now PMA going to be trailing quite significantly, but their placing in 4th is going to be safe, as currently the rest of the pack not too close. 24K and Team Max still going to be in the 5th and 6th position. CGM Wolf just going to be catching up a little bit here. And yeah, definitely a better result for them with the 8 kills, but I can't help but feel that, that only means that you had 2 effective team fights and need to be able to get into the later stages if you really want to challenge for those top spots.
Yeah, and it's really vital that if they can actually get a couple of kills along the way. And CGM Wolf definitely had a good start there with a good team wipe that we saw, and later on they did stack up to a total of 8 kills by the very end of the previous round. So with some of all the other teams like Revive Team really slowly moving down the ladder here without really much points to really work with, it's a little bit tough for them, as I really couldn't really understand what exactly went on in the previous game where the rejects has got that name on top of their teammates, and the Revive Team also has been knocking out Noisy as well. So all these TK really have to stop somewhere if they really want to take it all too seriously till the very end.
Yeah, well, I'm not really going to comment too much on the TKs that we did see there, because it's probably something that we obviously do not have the full picture. But yeah, hopefully we're able to see the 4 men up there from Revive Team to continue and sustain in a later stages. But I think that was definitely a cracking round for the Battle Arena Elites. I wouldn't be surprised in the top fraggers list here to see it being completely dominated there. But actually, there's only going to be 2 Battle Arena Elite players here. Loki's and Neferhor both getting the 5 kills apiece. Robinoid for Team Hype and also Answers from Hype both getting the 5 and 4 kills respectively. And then Mr. Flank is going to be featured here from Area 51. He has been their leading fragger that we've seen over the course of these few days, and he's going to be able to chip in with the 3 kills.
And this is going to be pretty important for A51 at the very least. So far, they've been on the second half of the brackets. While that game itself, I was talking about how well they were playing, and they almost put up a tough challenge against Battle Arena, at least once they got that knock towards Sophia. But there was a little bit more trouble up the hills there with Vitas really on that point guard. So they went out a little bit earlier than they should have on that round itself. So this is your top trackers for map number 18. We're gonna be moving ahead for our next game here. Map number 19 should be up and ready to go in a couple more minutes. So for those of you guys out there who are looking into its all these professional plays, I hope you guys have picked up a couple of tips across the entirety of the tournament, or even some idea on how these professionals have been playing out to up level up your game in a certain way or another.
Exactly, and no better time to do it than the present. As yeah, I think we can already see that some teams are, of course, having hit and miss. Some more consistent than others, but we will be seeing who is going to be able to return to a little bit of success here in our first Erangel match of the day. It is going to be the fourth match, and right now it's going to be traveling all the way down from that northwestern side, all the way down to Sosnovka Island. So going to be a little bit different from before. And yeah, I think on this map we have seen a little bit more of the interesting circles. Let's see whether that continues or not. We're going to see only a Revive team going to be hanging out around the shooting range side of things, and actually quite a bit of presence around Georgia Pole.
Oh man, that's about 4 teams right there, with Area 51 floating in towards Hospital, while FFG is going to be contesting Kurohara on their home ground, and BBG will be moving in towards the usual drop of the assault inside of the middle base, and Team Hype already making their float in towards Supernova Ripnoi, while the eastern side seems to be cleared up for multiple reasons, as some teams are still trying to keep themselves afloat to be moving in. But I'm liking what I'm seeing here with this phase 1 circle, as it's in between the mainland and the island.
In a way, this kind of is almost the same as having the circle over unplayable area, just because you know that it's going to prioritize the main island further down the line. So that's already going to have some reduced play area as well. But anyways, I think a lot of teams will already try and secure a very central position here, just because it's going to be a bit different from Miramar. You will be able to, or rather, it won't be as easy to be able to get into those nooks and crannies to make those safe rotations. So what teams will usually opt for is to maybe make a little bit more of an early play if they are able to.
Speaking of early plays here, I'm pretty sure that we haven't really seen too many DP being pulled out by some of these players out there, and this is definitely one heavy hitting weapon that can really mow down the Sias or even the buggies that might just actually cross through. So I'm hoping to really see more players picking up that DP.
Yeah, Tobek's gonna continue onwards and look. I think Vitas, they've been quite consistent with heading to Primorsk, so we can probably expect to see. You know, they're very familiar with the rotations. It's not going to be too far away. 24K, we need to see something out of them once again. The very first game of the day seemed so far away that they managed to get some serious points on the board. I do believe they were able to get the 15 points, as this is definitely the kind of figure that they need to be hitting a little bit more consistently. Now, of course, they did have that as well in yesterday's competition, but they're starting to slack behind the rest of the competition. If they want to try and keep pace with PMA and Hype, they really want to try and get as much of the 10,000 US dollars as they possibly can.
Yeah, of course, they need to really get those really high frags and find that same that pattern to really get them towards the very final circle as well. But the competition has been really tough for the likes of Manny. Even the top tier teams have been struggling for a tad bit, not too much. At least they do have a certain formula that they've been working with to be able to achieve results, and of course they have sheer firepower as well as talent to bring themselves all the way there.
Currently, I mean, I think the rejects, while the lead is currently still quite substantial after that big win coming out from Battle Arena Elites. It's definitely not insurmountable thing like we were talking during the break that while there is that huge points gap, there's still 12 games left to play here. So there's still a lot that can actually transpire in that. And I've seen many of these competitive series in the past. Even those featuring with Battle Arena Elites, teams can be very quick off the start, get a few good rounds in, and lead the competition basically the whole way, but then hit a stagnant spot, and they can just really not get their performance up where it needs to be, or the pressure of maintaining the lead starts to fade away. But yeah, that's something we'll have to see. Currently, Battle Arena Elites still putting up the consistent results here, so it doesn't look as though it's like one of those occasions that been able to see in the past. Mushi going down there as the first casualty of our match on air go.
Now, with that circle really luring in between the river, most of the teams are on the mainland, while Team Rejects, the Rejects are on top of the Pachinki Hill, hoping to really spot out rotators who really want to get themselves a little bit of that open space for them to work with. But for the side of Team X, they'll be playing it a little bit slowly. This entirety of the area will possibly be a little bit more difficult for PMA to really siege, as Team Max has already occupied the south side of Pachinki. A little bit of a tap coming out from Hillfox.
Not quite able to hit the PMA player too hard there, but again, just trying to make his presence felt. And actually, he's standing out a little bit out in the open, but seeming a little bit laggy from this point of view here. We have to see if that they can catch up onto them. But both of these teams, again, moving out from their respective looting areas pretty quickly, as you can see that they're all looted up for days already, and looking to, again, secure some of these early positions that we kind of talked about a bit earlier on, given this kind of circle.
A few more shots coming from inside of Downey. I guess this is going to be a very long-haul trade between the two of them. This back and forth will be heard by a couple more teams out there. Sort of vehicle smoking up. I wonder whose car is that. Huruhara is going to be pretty much out in the open for now. Going to be parking his vehicle, while PMA wants to keep tabs on him as well. I guess this is going to be a little bit more troublesome for Huruhara for now.
Yeah, they're at least going to secure one of these Gatka compounds. It does allow them to have quite a significant degree of vision that is going to be easy for them to kind of spot any of the teams that might be heading there. Hillfox, though, will be getting the first elimination here in the altercation with PMA. PMA, they didn't have a good previous round, so that's really not put them on the right footing here. And just given the kind of spread that they have, they might have to consolidate a little bit more as time goes on, as really there's just going to be a lot of teams moving in. Noise making as little as possible, and he's going to finally continue onwards, maybe kind of escaping from his teammates and make sure he doesn't get TK'd anymore.
Yeah, and seems like Angle was chasing from behind as well, so hopefully it's all pretty much friendly stuff going on instead of friendly fire. Well, tactical raid. Still having the school compound. The circle will be appearing really soon, as most of the teams are already inside of it. While Team Hype, they do have clearance on that eastern side of the bridge, so that's definitely good news for them, as they're taking a little bit of a later rotation as compared to the other teams. While BBG, they're not entirely sure, should they move, should they not. They're going to be keeping themselves here for a while, and here's the update.
I'm kind of scared for Bad Boys Gaming, because as we were talking about earlier on, they tend to stay on the island too much and enter the circle quite late when it's going to be a little bit more congested. But we're seeing Huruhara in close proximity to Cryptid. They're going to trade a couple of downs here. as Etsas and JV are both going to be on all fours, but it looks like Cryptid will be the one to get their players up here. But not sure these teams really want to disengage. It kind of looks as though they really forced each other themselves to get into this fight. But now the problem is, of course, is that they are no longer inside the zone. So the longer that they're here, this is going to impact both of their aspirations for the later stages of this match.
Since he came back, gets that knocked towards the side of Nasselberg, while these two noisy neighbors has been going at it for quite some time. Oh, it will be Zalvastek here that gets knocked out. Jay lobs one grenade straight towards his side. Thank goodness this does not go on towards a 90-degree again for the side of Kurohara. Whereas for the side of Curifted, it's going to be a little bit more of the sideways of the wall that they could possibly get a little bit defense from. But yeah, I believe that these two have been meeting each other for quite some time in those previous games.
And now we're seeing that still, again, more of the knocks are going in favor of Kurohara. They just need to now transition over. The smokes have gone out, and this could be their moment. The frag grenade coming out, but 14 here, getting out in the wrong moment of time. He's going to get completely exposed there, and he's going to get shot through the smoke for his trouble. Actually, it's not that. It's from the hill. Third-party action in play at the moment. That's being absolutely devastating for the chances, as now that's giving Cryptid enough time to reset, and now Kurohara, they have got the worst positioning here in this fight, and they still got a long way to go as Zone is now encroaching on their territory. Dreams from BMA, though, in the meantime, will be falling at the hands of Friendly Fire Gaming.
This is a really long drawn out fight here where both sides are wasting a lot of utilities. I'm not sure if this is going to be any good for either parties by the end of it all. As you can see, Nate's not really connecting. A little bit of the hard moment for both sides, as they can't seem to leave the compound as well until they're done with that battle. But this is going to be wasting a lot of their late game potential here. As for the other teams that are still on board, they're taking a little bit more of that long-range trade-off here. As Miguel is going to be taking the rooftop, and now the blue zone has already arrived.
And this is going to start having that cold, hard reality staring at these two teams in the face, as they have to kind of realize now that their chances for this game is fast fleeting right now, as Cryptid has their second player on the ground, and it's still gonna be them moving back into the fight here. Miguel's gonna get him, but only for Etsas to be able to get the trade. But he's still the last player left here. It's a 1v2. He's trying to get his teammate up and actually stop the revive. I think he realized that, his helmet just disappeared like that, but it's not needed, as JV is going to go down. Abil, in the meantime, trying to get up his team member.
Man, that has been absolutely devastating. But, oh my, here comes Essence. He gets one. He gets two. It's only 1 HP left, but he does not have time. They will be melted down both at the same go, and seems like there isn't any winner out of this one.
Oh man, and yeah, that's Cryptid and Kurohara definitely getting a lot of action and bang for their buck in that sense. But apart from that, they're going to go out relatively early here. And now looks like this circle is going to be a little bit challenging. It's going to be covering quite a bit of water, and really not a lot of play area for phase 3, I must say. But at the very least, there's going to be plenty of action for the rest of us, but looks like Battle Arena Elites, they're going to collect another kill. Noisy here is going to get finished off, as Revive Team not having a lot of luck. 4 kills already in this game, as they're looking to maintain the pace that they are themselves setting.
As for FFG, they do have a little bit of a bunker for shelter, while they do take a little bit of a glimpse up towards those hills. They've already heard those shots coming from some of the members of CGM Wolf as well. Don't really want to put right in, but PMA across the corner there. such a tough angle for Aoki to even squeeze those bullets through. So I don't think that's any chance at all for him to really get that knock inside of that compound. But this is definitely the updated areas, which definitely will be useful in desperate times. While the rejects here are going in for a little bit more long-range trades over on the opposing end in Area 51.
Yeah, so Reject's going to be quite well congregated towards each other. Area 51 trying to put pressure on the coastline side of things, and I don't think they need to really venture out that far. Team Hype with not many options here. They're getting peppered all the way here from the mill to farmhouse as being absolutely precarious. They don't really have a lot of spaces to go to, but Bad Boys Gaming, they are not relenting here. They want to try and make this a very difficult proposition for them to get out of this situation. It is going to still be Hype trying to at least alleviate some of the pressure, but again, this is just going to deal chip damage that they can't afford to take. Phase number 4 reveals itself, and luckily, because it's phase 4, it's going to prioritize 100% land if possible, and the circle can only go in one place. So in a way, these players can kind of preempt, and it's going to be the Rejects going to be having the better spot for that.
Yeah, the other teams doesn't seem like they do have all too much of the good area to really move around with, but they got to make do with what they have. A couple of good taps coming in from the side of John Shout, depleting some of the helmet health, but he's going to be receiving one back on his head. 26 HP left, lucky for him, while the rest of the fight, they're pretty close by to the shore, so this shouldn't be too much of an issue. The only problem is, how are they supposed to march anywhere forward to advance towards the corners where TR is currently at?
And now Acer Esports, they're going to be moving into the lines here, but oh wow, look at the daring shots here. Bad Boys Gaming have been using quite a bit of ammunition, but they still got plenty left over for all these long-range shots. They've been absolutely peppering Team Hype for the longest part, but Acer Esports, they have to make their moves now. The blue zone is already on their tails, as now Old Man and the rest of Team Max, they are seemingly unaware, and the nice patience there for Quadro is going to pay off. He's going to be able to catch out the player there, but PMA now under fire as the Rejects unloading, and they stop right in front of Hype. Answers is going to be able to take down Pete, and that's it for PMA. 2 rounds in a row. They really have not been able to get on the board.
Oh boy, PMA are like slugs, where it's basically a snail without a home, where they just get depleted. There's just nowhere safe for them, and yep, the stomping does not end, especially with Hype being already by the corner of the shore. They just drove straight in towards them, while M0 did get that really good pick off by the bike though, while Robonoid gets that big chunk of damage over onto Kachik with that headshot.
Oh, the shots raining out here from Ghostly Boy. Vitesse trying to do what they can. They only have the 2 players, but Pauly is going to get shot in the head there. Now, looks like Vitesse want to try and capitalize on the situation here. They are going to actually be using the vehicle here to get into that close proximity, but not really sure if they're going to have enough time to be able to really capitalize on that. And Bad Boys likely to get all players up here, but now Acer Esports, they're exposing themselves to even more players, but Bad's getting into close range. He's going to unleash there, and I don't know what was happening there. They got in the vehicle only for it to blow up. Ghostly Boy coming in with the 1-2 punch for Vitesse.
Oh, he should have actually known how much health was left on that vehicle anyways. While he tries to get that covered up, but he could have done 2 things. A, hide inside of the shack, or B, break down the health of the vehicle first, and then you get that perfect cover. But, of course, it's been said and done. While we're going to be moving on with our program, Demon Eater dying outside of the blue, while the rest of Acer is still struggling to make their way in, with Hillfox really keeping them outside. Quadro, the only man left on the table for Acer, has been able to receive 4 frags all by himself.
Not too bad, all on his own. And now Battle Arena Elites, they have got a good fortification here, and this is kind of setting things up very nicely because both the Rejects and Battle Arena Elites both having quite a bit of a stronghold, but now it looks like Acer Esports finally going to get absolutely taken down here, as Hillfox going to be able to find out the last member of Quadro. But now look at 24K, they're pushing right into the Lion's Den here, but Badman and M0 are going to absolutely slap them back down here, as both Bios62 and Ezo are both going to be in the dirt, as they are absolutely defending their compound with their lives.
Oh, what a pickoff coming from TZ. Keep that pressure with that double already on hand. Batman now trying to actually clean up the entirety of the house, and they managed to go in for the revival. 2 men still left standing for the side of 24K, and here comes Cheesy Kebab also joining into the fray as well. A little bit more stuns being utilized, as we are seeing them really popping up like fireworks. Batman's going to be the front liner here, as they will have to push right in. Now guarding in towards the both of the angles here. Ezo's going to be sliding corners as he checks in, and it will be a shred now. Both members down from the side of the Rejects, leaving only TZ Kebab behind. They must have regretted this very moment, but at the very least, hey, they eventually finish off 24K with the help of Cheesy Kebab still left on the table. So now they do have a lot more to breathe for.
Oh yeah, and they got all the supplies they could ever need now. But yeah, excellent trades coming out there from the likes of the Rejects. Very calculated, but now looks like Battle Arena Elites. They've got 2 teams on either side. CGM Wolf very passive for this game. They're going to have all 4 members, as is the likes of the Tactical Array players. But Battle Arena Elites, they have got quite a little bit of hard cover to work with. The only thing is that it might not be valid anymore in the future circles, and we only got a few seconds left to find out if that's going to be the case. But Tactical Array currently, they don't really have a lot of angles available to them. It's kind of narrow, and that's going to punish them. Flood going to be able to land the shot there onto Darajabat, and yeah, he's a little bit too far away from the rest of his team to really be influential in any sense of the word.
Well, this is going to be a pretty tough angle to work with, especially when the other members of Tactical Rape is really proning on their bellies already, as they are slowly making their way across. Well, pick your poison. Do you want to face off with the Rejects, or do you want to face off with Battle Arena Elites? They do have very tough choices for Tactical Rape, but the center stage will be for the likes of the Rejects, who got that circle going since the get-go. Now, over south side, you do see a little bit more bullets flying up the air. Wixes will be out, as Ghosty Boy will be able to mow him down once again. A little bit of the shots coming out from the side of Flood, as he takes out Black Rose, and M0 Boys gets the final man here with Afika already crushing out.
But it looks like the Tactical Array players, they couldn't decide who they wanted to fight, so they decided to fight both the Rejects as well as Battle Arena Elites. Now Vites doesn't have any obstruction in front of them. They're heading again straight for the Rejects in their compound, but they have also spotted out Team Hype, which is going to be further all along. But now CGM Wolf has got problems. They got the entirety of Battle Arena Elites on their doorstep. Pacoyo is going to go down straight away to Sophia. The rest of them are starting to engage. Look at the lines forming here along this northern side. It's dangerous here on the north side. The nade is good from Sophia. He's going to take down Allens as well for good measure. Fly DD gets taken down with a Car 98 there from Neverwar. Only Pasha left. He has done this before, but it didn't end well in that game, and it's not going to be any different here. Flood is going to clear this last CGM Wolf player out.
Beautiful plays coming in from Battle Arena Elites. A very convincing win, as members of the side of the CGM Wolf were not even anywhere close to responding as well. Fox, the next one to be knocked out there by Flood. Secure of the kill. Goes on the side of rocks, but I don't think that any of these players will be having free hands to work with right now, except for Cheesy Kebab might just be able to actually get these hands on it, since it's just next to his compound anyways. A little bit more smokes being set up, as well as stunning grenades. Oh, what a tap coming from Batman, but Flood responds in time. Great cover up from the side of Battle Arena Elites. Now the Rejects have to really find a way to knock them out. Rejects now, hungry for more, goes in for the spray. Great one coming in to knock out that for her, but he's taking it out from the back. Oh, Robinoid joins in the scene and lost out with Roulette. Oh man, things are just going downhill for the Rejects, leaving only one man still alive.
Yeah, and Cheesy Kimbap all the way in the back there, not really in the same level of mindset as the rest of the team. And now Battle Arena Elite's going to use the time to reset here, and they're looking pretty crisp in their team fights as they're not going to be denied another win in a row here as they're looking for that last player. They would like to thank Roulette in the most BAE way possible, but Roulette has other ideas. He's going to take down Sophia. Now he's still got 3 more to worry about. Lands a beautiful shot there onto Flood, not enough to finish him off, and Mal Kendricks is actually going to get in on this one.
Wow, third parties after third parties. We are now seeing Area 51 marching up that hill as they will get that southwest side. BAE, they do have time for them to really go into revive some players. While TR only down to 1 man, Vitas 2, as Ghostly Boy does bets. So they playing particularly well. Ghostly Boy going in for another tap here. Only a little bit of chip damage being done towards the vest. Well, they might be in for a surprise if they walk even closer to the higher ground of the compounds. Well, members of the side of Hype, they're going to be going prone for the moment.
Yeah, they're playing it nice and quiet here on the southern side. Area 51 does have the high ground adjacent to them. Now, Area 51 kind of put the brakes on their assault onto the Battle Arena players, and they were able to get Loki's up for their trouble there. But of course, Sophia did get finished off. Now they are looking to try and gather a bit more info. They do spot out Vites as they're going to be in their faces. Robinoid, though, in the meantime, is going to take down Mal Kendricks. It's only Ghostly Boy and Verts here who can influence things, but it's going to be Ghostly Boy taking quite a bit of damage here in this fight. He does have 2 kills together with Verts, but this is still going to be quite the mountainous task. If they could get 1 kill here from the Battle Arena Elites, that would be a big achievement in its own right. But Nafra Horror is going to be able to claim Vets' name right now, and there's only going to be Ghostly Boy left. He's going to have to rely on those smokes to sustain and delay this devastating push from the BAE players.
Only 5 more teams remain, and Vets will be bowing out, leaving only Ghostly Boy inside of this smoke right now. Blood's just waiting for the right moment, already seeing the trajectory of another nade flying past him. And he's going in the right direction for a moment. Oh, a little bit of damage coming out, 14 HP left. While Ghostly Boy also will be crashing out right here. Here are your top 4 teams. We got Hype with the most members. BAE and 351 having 3 apiece. While TR is going to be the lone wolf here, having only Cheesy Kimbap here.
And no one's got any dominance on the center side. The circle is going to actually be shifting a bit away from the compound that the Rejects had claimed as their own. Cheesy Kimbap, of course, didn't come out to play as it was a bit of a Battle Arena Elites reunion wherein M0 and Badman came out to play. But now we will see all the teams here playing around the periphery, and Hype has been playing rather stealthily, and now they of course do have the players, but they might not have the positioning. They're on the low ground and they're kind of narrow. It will not offer them a lot of benefits if everyone is going to be able to spot them out in a fight. Cheesy Kimbap really going to have to rely on that hard cover to sustain into the later stages as much as possible. John Shout already getting a bit more of a spread, and see if they can help it a bit more.
Now, Hype is going to be playing it a little bit slower. Every single one of these teams are just by the corners of the circle, while Phase 9 already going to be commencing right now. Oh, I guess that's a big oopsie right there. There's not going to be any time to actually save him right now. But this is going to be Area 51 that might just be able to capitalize on that. One big nade. Heading over to the side of live action.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what he wanted to achieve there. He might have thought that there was a player just over the ridge, but didn't even reach the ridge. But now, Hype, after losing John Shao, I'm not sure if he was damaged before the blue zone caught up to him, but Mr. Flank, he's going to get caught out. Messi is under fire as well, but two of the Battle Arena Elite players are going down. Kamon is going for the monstrous flank. There's only one player left, but he's standing up too much here, and he's going to get taken down. Neferhor coming in for the save there. Answers though will find the last rejects player. Cheesy Kimbap getting eliminated. Neferhor is going to be able to finish off two more of the players, with blood as well after they bleed out.
Now a couple more nades flying over the direction of the side of Neferhor, trying his best to really defend, but he doesn't really have too much to work with, and Area 51 goes down before Neferhor does. With only a little clips left, and here comes the chicken dinner falling in the hands of Team Hive. BAE, they might have not gotten that chicken dinner, but they've got a massive round of kills going in favor of them.
Oh yeah, and BAE definitely had one cracker of a game, and I think one of the best things to be able to watch in a PUBG game is definitely a very sumptuous team fight where you're able to see really the tactics and the individual gunplay really come to the forefront, and I think that was what we saw on offer here as Battle Arena Elites really clearing out the competition and showing them who's boss. CG and Wolf looking to make a turn in this game. No chance. They didn't even manage to really put a significant dent into the Battle Arena Elite players. They're going to be able to triumph over that one.
And this big win for the side of the Team Hive will be revitalizing themselves in towards the standings to really solidify that position in towards third place. I do believe we really got to get ourselves in towards the leaderboards to see who's in, who's out, who's making the biggest jumps, and of course, answers John Shao, live action Robinoid. They patiently secured this one as compared to the previous game that we saw them really taking a lot of sort of a back and forth against BAE. But I guess this is pretty much a sweet revenge for them at the very least, as compared to the round that they had inside of Miramar, and this consistency that I'm witnessing here from Team Hive so far has been detrimental for their achievement thus far.
Absolutely. And can't wait to see how the standings look. Hype definitely being very consistent here on day number 4. Let's see if they can maintain it and how much are they going to put between them and PMA. And are they going to be able to catch up to the rejects? We'll find out after we have our results coming right after this commercial break. So we'll see you in just a short while.
Behold, the beautiful island of Sanak. This cap of land is home to lush vegetation, rustic communities, and plenty of sights for the eager tourist to take in. Here's one now, blazing up the trails on the sturdy and reliable Tukshai. Just look at him go. But Sanak wasn't always the pinnacle of Battleground's locales. Just like everywhere else, it had to evolve and grow to stay relevant as Battleground's rules evolved for a more exciting match. From the hidden bunkers and war-torn fields of Erangel, to the A la Muerte Vamos racetrack on Miramar. From Vikendi's Dino Land and frozen lakes, to black zones of Karakin. There's a variety of battlegrounds for everyone to enjoy. Some even have their own special features. Pick up the Panzerfaust and sticky bombs to blow some holes in destructible walls on Karakin. Ooh, watch out for that backblast. The motor glider on Erangel and Miramar lets contestants soar to new heights. Be sure to pick up the Mosin Nagant on Vikendi before you board the top-of-the-line locomotive. Convenient vending machines drop boost items on Miramar, and if you're quick enough, you can drive the Golden Murano. What a beauty! Just don't blow those tires running over a spike strip. Some folks remember a time before grabbing onto ledges was permitted in the official rules. A contestant fleeing the blue zone would leap for a ledge, only to remember it was an illegal action. Ooh, that's gotta sting! Luckily, vaulting and ledge grabbing were eventually made legal, and the Battlegrounds match excitement increased significantly. Weapons especially have been upgraded time and time again to keep matches fresh and fun. Let's check in with these two contestants. Say that, which firearms are you fellas using? Well, those are fine weapons, but you're not making the most of them. Here, try this stock for your M16, and this red dot for your micro Uzi. We've made attachments easy to equip, so now they can slot automatically when you loot them. You can even quick swap them to new weapons you pick up. Gee, thanks, mister. Now you two run along and kill each other. Those two could have used some more time on Camp Jackal, our prestigious training area, to learn how to properly use weapons and attachments, not to mention all other facets of the Battlegrounds. For those who prefer to practice on live targets, arcade mode gives you a different way to play, including the fan-favorite Team Deathmatch. Communication is key on the Battlegrounds, so we've made it easier to share your plans with teammates, regardless of language. Smart pings and quick markers give information quickly and easily. You can even let allies know which supplies you need. Speaking of supplies, the best gear on the island is just a signal away when using a flare gun. Call in a special care package that contains crate weapons and gear, or the heavily armored and amphibious BRDM-2 transport. You there, you're leaving a valuable tool laying around. That gas can used to only refuel vehicles, but can now be used to set fiery and explosive traps. He's over here, fellas. Now wait for it, and blammo! Why, there's even a tool to deal with those pesky building campers. One stick of C4 is all it takes to send them scattering into the open, making them such an easy target that even little Timmy could pick them off. It's fun for the whole family. For those looking to prove what they're made of, Survival Mastery, Weapon Mastery, and the new Ranked Mode are all available to show the world you have what it takes, no matter the discipline. There are even special rewards for Ranked Mode that you can't get anywhere else, so rank up while the season is active. Yes, my friend, the Battlegrounds continue to evolve, and Sanhok is getting the royal treatment with Season 8. Expect to see more on the loot truck, decoy grenade, and secret history of the legendary Sanhok 4 as Season 8 draws on. For now, drop into your favorite battleground and enjoy all the content PUBG has to offer. We'll see you next time.
And here we are again. This is going to be another round inside of PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. My name is Aaron Contrachan here alongside Play of the Day. Another beautiful finisher coming in from Team High, but it's Battle Arena Elites. You're really putting in those numbers once again. This is just absolutely absurd, and man, they are just getting so many rewards as they go. And Jay, I'm pretty sure you got lots to say about that round.
Oh, that round was really a masterclass coming out from Battle Arena Elites. The only bad thing about it was, of course, that they didn't get the chicken dinner. And, Hype played it in a very passive manner, but they still managed to get the vital kills when they mattered. And in a way, yes, you did mention that they got a little bit of revenge there. Battle Arena Elites get with the 23.17 kills. And essentially, it's back-to-back rounds that they managed to get the top round of points there. 15 points go to Team Hype. Rejects going to actually get 11 for their troubles. They did have a lot of fights early on, and 7 kills to to show for it. Team Max seemingly returning back to the form that we saw from them yesterday with the 10. Area 51, I think this is one of their better results that we've been able to see from them. Vitas, Acer Esports, and Cryptid following at the top 8. But yeah, it's again a number of teams here in the second half of the table, which I feel they should be doing better. Namely CGM Wolf, PMA, and also the 24K esports players.
Yeah, and I'm definitely seeing a little bit of a change of pace for many of these teams right here. CGM Wolf, so far getting another 2-pointer right there. I felt like they definitely could have done a couple of things a little bit better. But as for PMA and 24K esports, they crash out very, very early while Revive team was pretty much stuck in the between battle arena leads as well as TR. They don't really have much of a choice to begin with. So we'll be looking towards our very final round to see how it will all go down in day number 4. But tomorrow, if you guys really want more PUBG action, there's going to be a whole lot more. But let's have a look into towards the overall standings, shall we? Well, Battle Arena Elites will be the one on the top of the ladder with 256 points, 198 for the rejects as they are about to hit 200 points. But Hype will be having a little bit of a gap between them. So yeah, let's talk about this top 3 here before we move on to the rest.
Yeah, so Hype, I mean, they have really managed to put in a lot of results today. And that's been something that the other teams have not been able to manage. I mean, of course, we did see PMA take the round 2 win, but that one only yielded them 2 more points than Hype. When it was from round 3 onwards that we definitely saw the results coming out from Hype. They managed to get 17 points in match 18, and later on in this match, that they really managed to pull out another 15-point game that's really been able to help them to separate themselves from the rest of the pack. And now they are within reasonable touching distance of the rejects, only 30 points separating them. But thing is, they're going to have to continue to put up those consistent results. And I'm not sure if they have the... I mean, they have had high fragging games, but whether or not like the level that we're seeing coming out from some of the players from Battle Arena Elites and the rejects that can yield them consistent points in that sense for the longer term.
Yeah, it's like a 30-point gap between the rejects, Hype, and PMB as well for each of it. Like, this is a pretty concerning thing for not only these teams, but for the rest of the competition. Like, some of them might have felt, hey, are we left out too far behind? No is the answer because we still have 16 games to go, which includes this upcoming one. And well, I'm not too sure if I really calculated that correctly once again. Well, 11 games if I really gotta fix that because today we're about to end the entirety of the round with round number 20, and the top fraggers for map number 19 right here will be Flood with the highest kill of the day, 9 kills in total.
And Cheesy Kimbap is going to be able to get 5 as well. Quadro, first time we're seeing him here for Acer Esports. He's going to be getting 4 kills together with Neverhor and Roulette. So kind of a decent contributions from each one. But Flood, I think, he's definitely been pulling his weight for his team. And I mean, we basically see him here almost every game. I think Flood is just doing Flood things, and honestly, Battle Arena Elites, they were playing pretty much like the same game 4 that we saw them yesterday. Really closing things out quite strongly. Just that right at the end, of course, you had one more team in the form of Hype, and only really thing that. And to us, you know, I mean, it doesn't even look as though like they lost the game. You know, I mean, they were basically stamping their authority quite firmly, I do think, you know. So, I mean, you know, they definitely are going to be pleased with the amount of consistency that they're able to achieve, you know, because as it looks more and more likely that they're going to be the team to represent Singapore and Malaysia at APAC level for PCS2, they're going to be needing this to be able to really contend with the best that the region has to offer.
Exactly, and of course, those few names that we did see on the top fragger board so far has been very consistent on those results, especially for Flood. I think it he definitely will be the MVP of the entire tournament if he could just keep up for the upcoming 2 more days of games that we do have coming for tomorrow as well as the day after. And one particular player that I really enjoy watching, especially near towards phase 7 onwards, is got to be Roulette. Remember yesterday when we were playing inside of Arangel as well, over on the north side near towards the shooting range? He was having that perfect defense where every single one of all these players of Battle Arena Elites as well as PMA were trying to actually get a hold of him, but he was being pretty much invincible for most part until 24K comes sweeping in as well. So far, with many of these players of Team Max, really uh, climbing their way up and finally getting into its the group of things, I think that they are definitely well on their way to secure and validate themselves in that top 5.
Yeah, and we have got one more game today, ladies and gentlemen, and it's like everyone can really want to finish on the high note, but Contra, who do you think really needs to start the momentum now if they're going to have any chance of getting, where they would rather be on the standings, and I guess from a more realistic perspective than number one.
Oh yeah, I'm guessing CGM Wolf as well as PMA. PMA today doing pretty well, honestly. But they are one of the teams that have a really good chance to, hey, at least make it to number 2, for instance. So if they can just keep it up for the next couple of games, then that will be really great for them to really match things upon uh the rejects in particularly. So as for CJ Wolf, haven't got that chicken dinner up till today. A lot of fans have been questioning, okay, has CGM Wolf, they have been a very dominant team throughout the past few series that they've been playing out in the competitive scene, but um, I guess this time around they're not really feeling it yet. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a little bit unfortunate to see, because of course they have put in a lot of effort. And mind you, if we look back at the qualifier, CGM Wolf, they did qualify third in Group A behind Battle Arena Elites and Team Hype, getting from 15 rounds 143 points along with 2 chicken dinners and 84 kills. So that is quite a total there as well. But unfortunately, we're seeing different team. They actually finished higher than the Rejects. Rejects had 124 points and only had 1 chicken dinner. So yeah, it's definitely been the glaring one, I feel, for the rest of us, but hopefully we can still see some flashes of brilliance from them as for this team, which newly formed from old veterans at the start of the year, it is a long-term project, right? So, but of course, the fans, of course, will want to see, results and stuff in the near future. But I guess they have to keep their minds on the bigger overall view of things.
Yeah, and let's get this show on the road to really wrap things up on a high note, like you said, Player of the J. This is PUBG Singapore and Malaysia Series. We're going to be taking our final flight of the evening here in towards Arangel, and we will see who will be able to snatch this chicken dinner in the bag. Now, with this new flight path starting from Primas, it's going to be heading by the north side of the Papka, somewhere near towards Meshi. I guess maybe a team or two might be interested in that Kameshki drop if they really want to play extremely passively, but I'm not a big fan of that town in particular.
Yeah, Kameshki, there's always a lot of hopes and dash and regrets board from that place. So I steer away from that. And I guess for this particular game, being at the end of the flight path doesn't get it the best of deals. Just in general, you would want to drop a little bit earlier from the plane unless you're trying to go for some of your preferred areas for looting, such as 24K. They've been pretty much going to Yasnaya almost exclusively throughout all the rounds on Erangel. But let's see how things are going to be shaping up a little bit later on. Kurohara, they did get stuck inside that big and entangled engagement with the Cryptid Boys, and that really set them off on a bad start, I would dare say, because yeah, they're just not able to move with the circle, and not to mention that even if they did manage to succeed in the fight, they would have both expended pretty much all of their utility, and their economy would be kind of terrible for the rest of the game.
And both of them really end up on a draw where one of the teams, after fighting, they got expired through the zone. Like you said, as we are going to be seeing perhaps a very different ending for both Cryptid as well as Kurohara. Battle Arena Elite's already having a little bit of that rotation here. As Sophia is going in towards the island already, we're going to be looking for another island finish. Well, I'm happy to actually close out the
Fantastic.
game in another perfect way to end the night.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to this one. I think, of course, we are having a lot of rounds for this particular series, and sure, I can understand that we'll be having some of the same circles, but my goodness, on Miramar, our luck has been absolutely horrendous. So, definitely looking forward to seeing Erangel once again with a little bit more variety in that sense. But now, again, this is an island finish, so these teams, they've had enough practice. So again, it comes to the point where these teams should be able to come out with a little bit of a coherent response. We're having now the likes of Team Max also going to be rotating, but you already saw some of the early moves being made. Sophia just getting his vehicle and straight away going to be looting down on the island and really establish something for the rest of the team. And Battle Arena Elites, they always drop in Milta, and honestly, it gives them that bit of flexibility that they can make a lot of these early moves if they so choose to. And yeah, you can still see that the rejects dropping around the farmland as well, adjacent to Milta. So again, like what we were saying yesterday, old habits die hard for some of these former BAE players.
Yeah, for most of the part, we're already looking at both the rejects and Battle Arena moving at the same time. Like you said, these habits, oh man, like I guess they really have no plan B to work with anyways. So Kurohara will have a member running straight, but as for Moriyama, it gets that free kill over on towards Hill Fox.
Yeah, they're gonna pick up a nice early one. Hill Fox is usually the key antagonist when it comes to early game fights, but looks as though Karma is going to be striking here. Battle Arena Elites already finished with their early stage looting right as the blue zone is about to start moving. That's great timing coming up from them. And Vitas going for the very reasonable option of taking the boat rotation, and they're not doing it at that last minute as well when half the teams are already on the island and they're all standing along the coastline waiting to shoot at said boat. So good timing coming out from them. CGM Wolf and Tactical Ray both also trying to move down south here past Pachinki. And yeah, I always like the pacing of these particular games on Erangel, as it's really going to be testing the teams and how prepared they are for this very intricate journey.
Yeah, and it seems like we haven't seen any bridge camping coming online just yet. As Battle Arena Elites, they're certainly a way of moving in towards the island is definitely very simple because they know that there's nobody inside of Novo Repnoye. Reason being, the flight path did not allow any teams to go by, but speaking of bridge camps, here we go. Mikko goes in for the pickoff there, as they will be able to do a drive-by kill. Wait, not exactly a drive-by kill. There's a little bit of the movements coming from across the corners here. While JV, so far needing a little bit of help, as his members are pretty much scattered apart, as PMA has already planted some members by the corner of the bridge itself to be able to do so in the form of Downey.
Yeah, so the would-be bridge campers in the form of Huruhara are now facing a little bit of problems, and Huruhara going for that play with only 2 players here. JV already down here, exchanging of blows between Dukes and Miracle. Miracle gonna have to back out from this one a little bit, but PMA, they're all around them, and already JV is already down on the ground. The other 2 Huruhara players are nowhere near in sight. This could be a little bit awkward as yeah, this is the right time. If any other team wants to run the gauntlet and try and get through this western bridge, it is going to be now as PMA completely tied up, but not for much longer. They're going to finish off these 2 Huruhara players and set their sights on the remaining 2.
A little bit hard for him to really tap the three times scope on that SLR. While Darajabat already dealing a little bit more of that sort of damage to get 1 knockoff. They will bleed out to death as Miracle will secure his very first kill as we are moving in towards the sides of AT14. AT14.
Well, right now we're not seeing a lot of other transitions here on that western side, but there is going to be a trade here between Tactical Rabe and the Rejects. I do believe that's on the eastern bridge. No, actually they're already here on the island, so they're already jostling for position. You would have thought that they would just be happy to get on the island, but no. They have to renew hostilities, and it looks like Cheesy Kimbap, it's not going to be a lot that can be done for him. He's going to be in the smoke. But I'm not really sure if they know too much about it. Now, BAE has their own bridge camp, but it's going to be all the way here on the eastern side. Not able to stop the 24K esport players. They're going to be nicely coordinated and avoid taking too much damage.
Be stopping by that corner of the hill as well to really fight back if they really need to. While all their vehicles are parked very much nicely by the corners of the creases. Well, Battleman is going to be squeezing in towards the west side corner. It's kind of interesting to see them really move all towards that edge while they were the first ones to be inside of the military base anyways. While this is going to be a little bit of dicey here while Spaggy gets a couple of taps towards the side of Tactical Rape, and yeah, he's just going to be hiding in the shack.
I guess for Bad Boys Gaming, you know, this is probably just their changes that they're applying to the game plan, right? Because you know, you don't exactly want to stay in the military base. It just doesn't give you a lot of surrounding vision. You can easily get ambushed. Again, I could totally understand that play there. But in any case, we'll see how things are transitioning with the next circle, because I think that one will be the telling one here, as we're going to still see that Friendly Fire Gaming and Revive team have still got some distance to go. They're still going to be here on the south side of Gatka, but Savior and the rest of FFG, they look as though that they're looking for kills right now. They want to try and see, can they secure some of these while they're going to be in motion, catch them in the vehicles. Anga, in the meantime, he's going to get shot out. Revive team also facing pressure from Max team, but now Savior is doing his thing. He's going to take down 1. He's looking for the rest of the team. There's only going to be 2 of them left. Vampire's trying to get the rest of BAE in the meantime in one of their favorite spots there on that eastern part of Sosnovka Island. But Noisy here, he's going to get picked up by Bozo, and now it looks like Revive team in a lot of trouble. Savior is going to be able to pick off another as Anga is the last one left. He's just got res. Finally, the heal coming through, but the rest of FFG, they're in a great spot to capitalize. But Savior, he's going to get knocked down, and at the very least, he's managed to do enough damage to Anga that he has to be a little bit patient. But the long-range shots coming in from the likes of the team Max, but Aoki will be able to get 1, but not before Didarkus's nade is going to get the team kill there. And I'm not sure if he's going to be able to save his teammate. He's using the Heelman shield, but it's all so cringy right now.
Oh no, they've definitely won that trade really well, but once again, an accidental nade to really take up your own teammate out, that should not happen in competitive play anymore. Well, over on the side of Team Max, they're being a little bit more opportunistic as well. So let's see how would they be able to perhaps snatch another good run to the final circle. Well, 24K depleted to only 2 men left. There's going to be even more members of Hype right now. Well,
I think in the franticness just now, we didn't quite catch and see what happened with the with Bio62 and Kenny 9X. But now it does look like even though they swiftly managed to get on to the island, they have since lost 2 of their players. Not sure if it was Battle Arena finally able to get the one up onto them. Let's not forget they have taken that highest peak on this particular island, so that does give them quite a significant amount of vision on the surrounding area. And again, first mover advantage, you know, they're definitely going to abuse it as much as possible. Team Hype is though going to be very aware of the threat there. So Via though only has the 1 kill, so probably could have only partially done some of the damage that we're seeing that 24K Esports is suffering from.
Well, or at the very least, they could just play very, very passively from that point onwards. But oh my, great catch coming from the side of Vets to really take on Slide ED. And I don't know, he's just being all by himself right there without any other teammate to really work with. While Vitas has already got all these checkpoints all secured on different parts of the map, while members of the side of BAE seems like they are on top of the radio tower for the moment after taking a little bit of a stop, and this is where they could slowly take a little bit more glimpse out there to perhaps get even more of those kill points, as if they really do need more than an extra though.
Yeah.
Well, as for Robinoy, going for some lucky tap.
Oh, he already managed to get 1 connection. Not going to be able to get another fleshy connection there, so he's gonna just see if he can do anything else. They're actually pushing down here. Ghostly Boy is going to be meeting his end. Vitas not knowing what is up there. John Chat will be able to finish him off there as the Vitas scout is going to be able to get away. Ghostly Boy, though, will be donating some things to the Hype Foundation. So very nice and generous gift for him.
This going for some long range red dot slight spray down. Not really doing all too well so far. While Tactical Rave at the very least will be grateful for their current position inside of the island. While M0 Boy, it's a little bit of the adventurous attempt on that M16. While it seems to be that M16 is the weapon of choice of M0 for quite a long time now. A little bit of a pan action going on while Netfor is going to be able to get that big knock while Downey tries to dance all these bullets off. And he's pretty much in luck as Battle Arena Elites will not be able to take him down inside his boat.
Yeah, he's just going to stick it. His teammate should be up here, but yeah, their vehicle is taking quite a bit of damage. It might be a bit difficult, but ACR Esports, they're taking a lot of shots now. Flood is being able to land a lot of these connections off screen. CGM Wolf losing another player here, and not sure what the plan is. It seems as though they maybe not all having a concerted effort. Oh, the nade from Pocoyo, though. How about that onto Daro J5? He goes down. Alan's going to be further down the road. Might be able to help. There is going to be another team rotating through here. Tactical Rave will still be trying to maneuver around as best as they can, but I don't think that there's going to be anything that they can do to save their team member here. But oh, Pocoyo not able to confirm the kill. I guess he managed to crawl out at the right time. Black Rose here. His car is pretty much going to explode. He just needs a feather to touch it.
Yeah, not only is he about to explode, there is also very little gas, even if he really wants to take it all the way to some really long range. But, oh man, Dreams Warrior gets that knockover side of Zero Boys while Batman got run over by one of the members of Tactical Rape much early on. And this is going to be a dramatic finish. And look who's in the center here. It's Battle Arena Elites once again. And Hype this time will have the city of Novorapnoi on their grasp, but there's still a little bit more teams over in the northern sections here that's trying to play it really safely in towards the circle.
Yeah, this is a awkward spot here for Black Rose, but Hey, you have to make do with what you got. But now VJ is moving in, or rather trying to sustain against FFG, but it's going to be Savior getting in and close and personal. He's going to be able to take down Nestle Burt. Now looking for a little bit more in the way of the CGM Wolf players. They are further down the road. So again, not going to quite be the VJ's boys that they need to be a little bit concerned about. Those are still a little bit further up north. But now Bad Boys taking a big hit there. Black Rose able to take one down, and now looks like there's going to be retribution. Polly is going to get up in his face and going to be able to finish off the Tactical Raid players for day number 4.
Well, Tactical Raid has definitely received too much punishment for today. Well, at the very least, they can get some good rest right now. With Vitas being the next one on the chopping block, they'll be knocked off from 14th place, while 24K Esports having only one man to survive. Hype, they are still trying to leave the town, but there's a lot of flock of teams that's going to be up here on these hills, and the biggest fish to fry definitely will be Battle Arena Elites, which have a strong fortitude to work with for the moment. Now, having a look towards the map once again, over south side, a little bit more noise being created by FFG.
Yeah, and they have to be a little bit cautious right now. PMA is going to be swinging around on the south side of the zone, so this could be a little bit awkward. Bad Boys as well is currently in their focus, but this pinch could be absolutely devastating. And not to mention, if they expose themselves to the likes of BAE up on the hill, this could be absolutely an easy way for them to exit this game and return to the lobby right now. Still seeing CGM Wolf still trying to sustain, but the vehicle is going to explode. Sophia, oh, the nade coming out from Miracle. He's going to wipe out 3 of the FFG players. Nowhere to go, as PMA totally able to take advantage of the situation. And yeah, this is what happens when your attention gets stretched a little bit too much.
That's what I'm talking about here. PMA needed some extra spice to light up the round, and of course with that huge big nade going in from Miracle, they managed to wipe away the entirety of the team. Now Battle Arena Elites has 1 kill, not the usual sort of a kill volume that they will have by this point in time, but hey, there's still about 34 players for them to perhaps pick off from, except for themselves, so that makes it 30. Sophia already on the prowl, hoping to connect the shot over on the Lone Wolf that's going to be by the edge of the shack coming from CGM Wolf.
Yeah, Pocoyo and Allen seemingly playing hide and seek, seeing who can last longer. And now PMA, they got Kuchik to worry about. He's taking down Pete's, but he's going to get refragged instantly here. Now Murayama and Polly are going to be following suit. This could be a clean sweep here for PMA as they look to continue to try and catch up to the likes of Hype. 9 kills in this game.
Wow.
They're looking pretty good for it. And after eliminating seemingly almost the entirety of Bad Boys Gaming and also FFG, they're looking pretty good for it.
Yeah, and BBG also taking a hit as well. So this is really sort of the kills that we have been stashing up here. It's just the start of it, because we still have quite a number of minutes to really go until we get ourselves into phase number 9, and hopefully we'll see even more of those crack modes coming out inside of PMA, while Flood keeping some of all the other players outside of the blue zone. Seems like they're driving all the way past that corner, which I'm not even sure if they can really get anywhere up towards that hill without going on foot.
Yeah, and this is just turning into one big turkey shoot right now. Battle Arena Elites on one of their lower killing rounds, as Loki's getting a nut onto Dozia. But looks like Downey and Miracle are going to town. It is now the Huruhara guys who are getting spotted out. 14, right outside the shack, gets eliminated, and Mushi's like, oh, hey, what's going on? But it's going to be the likes of PMA to roll up the flank here. But yeah, he wasn't allowed in the secret club.
Yeah, like I felt like he was threatened in that sort of a moment where he was expected someone expecting somebody to actually open up the door right there, but yeah, seems like he receives a little bit of a saving grace, while AT14, of course, got a shot out of nowhere. Blood now accumulating another kill coming in for Battle Arena Elites, while the rejects slowly having a little bit of a small quiet moment for themselves. Inside of the ditch is where they're going to be at to defend themselves. While members of the inside of Acer Esports is going to be lurking pretty much nearby the side of Battle Arena Elites. I am uncertain whether or not will they ever collide, but Neferhor already zooming past these hills here. He doesn't really care if he flips. He knows that the rest of BAE will get his back covered up.
Oh man, now this circle looks devastating for BAE as it's going to be firmly moving away from the mountain peak over here, and going to see close range battle. Finally, PMA duking out with hype. This could settle the score between the 3rd and 14th. Not really in point standings, but yeah, they're going head to head here. Then it looks like PMA is going to get the first knock here. John Chow going down. 13 kills already here for PMA. They are looking for blood. Looks like Sophia not able to stop the onslaught that is Area 51. They're going to continue onwards. Battle Arena Elite's got other problems in the form of Acer Esports.
Yeah, and it seems like they have their backs being stabbed there coming in from Acer, as we did see them really crawling through towards the western corner. But for the side of BAE, it's not over yet. There's also even more to come. But members inside of the TR, they are already cutting in towards the south side. But this is no place that they want to be. That's where the target then is at for PMA. And speaking of which, PMA are the ones in charge of eliminating TR.
Wow, Downey going to town. He finishes off the last 2 players there. Excellent plays coming out from him. And now Loki's looks like he's going to catch out Allen's. And that's also it for CG and Wolf. We're down to 7 teams as things are fast accelerating here to its climax at the end of the game. But now PMA, they look absolutely sublime. 17 kills here. And now they are looking for more. Team Hype have gone quiet, but look at Battle, man. The good old Bush routine, as do tend to see on our PUBG games. But hey, all's fair in love and war.
And it seems like he will be relying on the trusty old Bush, while Loki's gets that kill on towards Demon Eater to end Acer Esports on 7th place. Well, Peace needs to join the 5K club eventually. Hopefully we'll see him pop up relatively soon here, with only 6 teams left on the table, 16 more being alive, while Area 51, they are cautiously moving up the hill here. They're already by the circle, they don't really have to care all too much, but Rifted, oh man, they are just next door.
Yeah, and now everyone seems to be kind of looking out for where Battle Arena Elites are. PMA has 2 guns dedicated that side. I think they spot out Loki's a bit here. But now Shogun from Cryptid is creeping up onto Area 51. He's going to get a Dabble J. And now he has to try and hold the fort. He doesn't have a helmet left, so this could be easy for him to lose the fight if he's not too careful. But he does have a little bit of backup, but it's not going to be that much, and they're fighting a literal uphill battle here, and the longer this goes on, the easier that the Area 51 players are going to be able to reset. But no, looks like Dabble is going to actually bleed out. So Spatek here is going to get the flanking shot. Etzas here is going to be able to spot out. Come on. And now looks like he's going to actually clear them all out. Etzas coming up huge, wiping out all of the Area 51 members.
Man, sector clear. There's nothing all too strange about Area 51, as Atzas cleans his house. And while Battle Arena leads, I've heard all those noises. He wants to join into the party. Cryptid now will be the ones to really take out BAE. And PMA says, okay, this is high time for us to really get to the chase, as they really want to also get into a fight here. And they finally found the Battleman lurking behind Keats and Downey. Oh, Downey's out on the ground on the side.
But Crifted now, they only have Shogun left. They're going head to head with PMA. Both teams doing pretty well, but Crifted is gonna be the next one to get eliminated here. PMA did finish off Bad Boys just moments ago. Miracle down on the ground, Downey out of the game. But now Hype, they have been really passive. It looked a little bit reminiscent of what happened in the previous game, and they are going to be in this two-team battle. Robinoid going all the way around the side to see if he can get a better vantage point, but yeah, PMA already has control of the top there. But it was really nice plays coming out from Cryptid to win the fight against Area 51 and then against the two BAE members. Did see Flood trying his best K-Mine impersonation, but didn't really work out.
Yeah, but it was still really a great effort at the very least. Now, Robinline goes into really mow down PMA. There's still live action on the other side of the corner, so it's a 2 versus 2 at the current moment here. PMA, if they do get a chicken dinner right here, it's a massive 30-pointer. Oh, that nade though! So beautiful! And Robinite being cooked up, which leaves only live action behind. They don't really have a clue though where exactly he is, but since that most of the other members are outside of the circle, now they're gonna be coming right back inside. They don't really need to roast him twice, do they?
Well, you know, sometimes people like their meat well done, right? So, you know, they might opt for a different approach in that sense. But now we are seeing that Dreams and Miracle doing what they need to do here, whereas I mean, normally you would see a 2v1 situation, they would split up, but they don't know where he is. So they want to make sure that they can be within sight of each other and still get a little measure of safety should live action reveal himself. And they're the ones who have to actually ingress here onto the circle to close things out. But look at PMA, 22 kills on the board. They want to make it 23 and tie the single game kills records in so far here in the Singapore and Malaysia series, as currently this is starting to make live action get a little bit antsy on his feet with the sheer number of smokes being popped out.
They might have had a little bit of glimpse on live action's position, but Miracle just checking 3 after 3. This is a very long game of the hide and seek between these two players right there. Well, it's just going to be a little bit dicey for live action here. But he might be able to clutch it out. 50 damage being done towards his side. He tries to heal himself off, but Dreamfire are still on the pursuit. Dreams now going in for his 9th kill of the game. If he can just land that final tap, but he's hitting towards his back instead. Miracle getting knocked out instead, and now it's a 1 versus 1. He does have a little bit of time here to really heal up, while now it's live action's turn to really turn the tables around, and DreamsYR gets the chicken dinner for PMA with a massive 23 kills to really top the board.
PMA coming out with their biggest win yet. Congratulations to them, as really living up to some of the expectation that we've seen from them. That's win number 3. They're going to draw level in terms of wins with Team Hype, and they're going to feel good about putting the finishing touches onto them. But Hype, they still have got to be pleased with the amount of consistent points that they've been getting over the course of 3 consecutive rounds. But PMA, man, with that points total that they managed to garner from that's going to be 33 points to the good there. They were 30 points off, so they'll definitely be closing the gap there onto the 3rd place team. But we'll, of course, have to see how the standings look a little bit later on.
Yes, indeed. We'll be checking out on all the results, and wow, this is definitely a great day for PMA. They got one early chicken dinner for the day, and they finally ended the day on a strong note. And of course, this itself will be pretty much a big celebration, mini celebration for the side of PMA to end the day. But as we look into the standings later on, we'll definitely see how this will fare for them. Will they be able to beat out the rejects or not. And of course, Downey, Dreamswire, are a Miracle, and Pete's to make up PMA. And this time, to start the show, it's gonna be Dreamswire.
Dreams almost missed too many shots towards the end there, but in the end, he still managed to clutch it out versus Live Action. And PMA taking their third win of the competition. So looking good for them. And we'll see how they are going to look at the end of the day. But definitely can be pleased with today's performance. And they just need to keep maintaining this and really do solidify themselves as one of the top teams here at the Singapore Malaysia Series. We'll take a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and when we return, we'll have the total standings as at the end of today and also all of Match Day 4's highlights.
You work for these people, and I think it's a little screwed up that you act like you're better than us.
I never said I was better.
It's the way you act. Oh, I could never watch these things? That's exactly your job.
It's not my job. And is that how you think I talk?
Mm-hmm.
Guys, someone's viewer isn't muted.
Me? Sorry. I don't know why you're all over me on this. Martin doesn't watch either.
Martin? Really? Martin, you recruited these guys. These are your people. You don't watch?
I watch.
Oh, now you watch.
I watch if I have to, okay?
Do you know how much these people pay to watch this? Chef, gotta taste the food.
If I bred dogs for a living, would I need to go downtown to watch every dog fight?
See? Everyone, attitude, okay? This is what I'm talking about.
Nelson's just testy because he's the only one who has to work on site.
Not that I don't mind being in a bunker, 30 feet underground. But now that you bring it up, why am I the only one that has to be here?
Because you work the blue zone?
No, I'm just saying it'd be a nice sign, of camaraderie. If guys,
If I were to spend 4 days in the bunker with you that smells like hamburger, do you know what smells like hamburger down there? It's because that's where they put all the bodies after the match.
Hey, is anyone else still getting the interference?
Audio or video?
I'm still getting both every time the blue zone moves.
Which camera shake?
4, 5, 14, 15, 27. You want me to keep going?
Yeah, I'm getting freezing too.
So you are watching then?
Piss off, Nelson. Guys, chat's not pleased.
Yeah, the chat's never pleased. Okay, you can't please everyone.
Working on that. How about now?
Yeah, that's good, Studio.
Thanks, Martin.
Okay, shrinking the blue zone. Anybody want to make a bet?
Alright, I was just feeding in the data. I was doing the usual, and it just kicked me out.
Yeah, Cabaltic's still not loading for me.
Nelson, I told you something was wrong with the blue zone. It's been doing this all game. What have you been doing?
Everyone chill, all right? This is why you should be on site and not at some hotel.
Guys, do we have a last known for Squad 4?
Which combatant?
Any of them.
What does system error mean?
System error means the blue chip's offline.
It can't be offline.
It says it's offline.
Well, is it possible they're just dead?
And they would say deceased. So
Nelson, well, chat's asking questions. What should I tell them?
Tell them, just tell them we'll get this fixed.
We'll get this fixed?
Yes, Jay, we will get this fixed. Do you know the kind of people we work for?
Martin, is Squad 4 the one with the engineer?
Yep, Slade's team.
Why is it Slade's team?
Why isn't it Mad Malholtra's team? Or
This is Slade the American, the one that you paired with the psychopath, so ham meat.
It is lunch meat. Oh, she is cute.
Gals, you know she killed 14 people before she was 18.
She's actually the one that broke Martin's nose during the interview.
So it's Slade, Malhotra, Lunchmeat, and Julie, and you're saying we lost them. All of them.
Okay, everybody calm down, take a deep breath. Try not to worry, okay?
Don't worry about the illegal murder game we could all go to jail for. Or don't worry about the fact that someone might show up in my hotel room tonight with a silenced 45.
Sudhir, I need eyes. Give me Omega override, please.
I'm on it.
All right, I'm coming through the other side.
Yeah, I'm rewriting it.
Thank you. Nelson, you feel like jumping in at all?
Martin, has anyone tried to get off the island before?
No.
No one's ever had their chip go offline before, Shay.
Okay, I think I have something. Loot truck went down 4 minutes ago, half a click from boot camp. I think it's
Yeah, I see it. I've got down cameras south along Main Street.
Where were they when the blue zone messed up?
Say it was the blue zone again, Martin, and it'll be your body stashed in this bunker.
I got it. Last one's at the quarry.
They're going for the center of the map. Nelson, there's no way in hell they can get into the bunker, is there?
Of course not.
How do you know?
In the history of battlegrounds, no one has ever found the bunker.
And no one's ever disabled the chip either.
Okay, guys, everyone just calm down. This isn't a bloody moon landing. We can... Oh my god.
I'm the IT guy, all right? I don't have any
Yeah, okay.
what you guys do up there.
Get out!
Martin? Martin, what are we gonna do?
It was a pleasure working with you guys.
Sadir, what are you doing?
I hope this works out.
Sadir!
Now, I still might have a shot. Bye, guys.
What?
This is not our fault. We did not. I'll tell him. We were not involved with anything.
Yeah, can we just? I mean, isn't there a team we can send in?
There was. They were at the bunker.
Okay, well, how long until they make it to the mainland?
18 minutes.
Sir. I'm afraid the control room has been compromised, sir. We're still trying to figure out exactly what happened with Tech. But maybe there was something in the backpack or something in the truck. I mean, we were monitoring everything.
I understand right now that things seem complicated. Let me assure you they are not. They are extremely simple. Your lives, your loved ones, everything. All of it now depends on your ability to do one simple thing. Find the Sandhawk 4.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. I am Player the J. Contra is joining me as my co-caster, and we have had 5 amazing matches today. And I think, we've seen different teams rise to the challenge here and really able to take it away with their awesome performances.
And of course, what a big ending for this side of all these players of PMA right there, as well as all the other teams like Team Hype, who really played a magnificent game for to date. And of course, this is going to be really stacking things up as we are looking in towards the leaderboard later on. But before that, let's check out who are the top fraggers for map 20. And starting things off, of course, we have Dreams YR there leading the pack, 9 kills.
9 kills from Dreams. I mean, he also got the most crucial one right at the end against Live Action and able to seal the deal. Downey, though, doing a lot of good entry work here, able to get the 6 kills. Etsas is the only, this is the only time I think we see any of the Cryptid players here, but he was absolutely sublime, especially in that fight that we saw him take against the likes of Area 51. I think he did take out like 3, if not all 4 of them in that particular engagement. Miracle also getting 5 for PMA, and Robinoid going to be getting for as he's leading the way in the kills department for Team Hype.
I really want to see Etsis as a 1v4 scenario right there where he really pulled off quite a sick clutch to really end the entirety of the streak for him by the end of it all. But hey, he really played out of his mind. This is his best game out of the many. And of course, for Crifted, we've seen some really good close quarter combat from compounds to compounds, and with him really surviving till pretty late, of course, this will add them quite a number of staggering points. Now, let's check out even more stats to come as we'll be moving in towards the match 20 leaderboard, where Crifted did end up on second place with that 8 frag that they garnered by the end of the round, but it was the PMA show this time with 23 kills and the chicken dinner.
Oh, wow. But PMA, 33 points. That's equaling the highest single match score record. Excuse me. And Crifted is, this is the first time that we've seen them feature so high up the leaderboard. And what a round did they have? 8 kills on the board. And yeah, again, they're going to be very happy with Edsas's performance there. 13 points to the team. Hype is going to be able to claim 11. Battle Arena Elites having, just 9 points. And by their standards, it's definitely not as high as what they would have liked, but excuse me, but definitely doing pretty well for themselves regardless, as they are going to be extending the lead further over their nearest challenger. Bad Boys also doing well to feature in the top half of the table. FFG and CG and Wolf Area 51 all going to be making up the top 8.
And as for this match, there were a lot of all these teams that didn't really manage to get all too many points, especially for the Rejects, 24K Esports, and Tactical Rape, who really usually would get a higher number than one. Same goes to Team Max, who really bowed out to most of the teams after they rotated in towards the Sanaska Island. So, as for the side of this matchup itself being concluded, we'll be looking at how it will stack up on the overall leaderboard to see who will be still taking the lead. And of course, without needing to say, it's going to be Battle Arena Elites with 265 points. It's going to be so hard for the Rejects to chase right now.
But if PMA's result is anything to go by, you can get 33 points in one round. You already cut the lead in half. Currently, it is exactly 66 points between Battle Arena Elites and the Rejects. So technically, you get 2 of those games. You're good, and you got 10 more left in this one. But yeah, it's still going to be a tall order, because that means that Battle Arena Elites does have to get 0 points from a particular round. Now, there is going to be Team Hype moving up. They're only 20 points behind the Rejects now. And look, PMA is also within touching distance, 8 points away. The Rejects, the consistency seemingly is not quite where it needs to be. Even the kills there for both Hype and PMA is getting in the same region. And we could probably see both of these teams challenging for that second spot as well. But it's not all over for the Rejects. They can definitely put in a shift. Battle Arena Elites, they have a big lead, yes, but I do believe that they can be overcome. But there's a huge chasm between 4th place and 5th place, though, as Team Max is going to have 117 points. Right behind them is 24K Esports on 114. And CJ and Wolf seemingly trailing only by just a marginal amount, but can't quite make the jump up higher than the 7th position. Vites will close out the top 8.
Yeah, and of course, with Acer Esports also tying the same sort of score, it's going to be the kills that separate these 2 teams from a position. While 1 point behind is going to be Area 51, and Tactical Rape will be coming in with 81 points, 79 for Revive Team, and the rest of the team, of course, needing to really get back in shape. They've only got another 2 days of play. It's going to be FFG, Bad Boys Gaming, Crew Rifted, as well as Kurohara. But Rifted has moved up 1 spot with 1 extra point thanks to Etz's magnificent 1 versus 4 play to get himself pretty much back moving forward for the side of Team Crifted.
Exactly, and yeah, awesome plays coming out from Etzas there. Let's hope Cryptid is going to be able to have that going for them. Now, Top Fraggers, after 4 days of play, can anyone see Flood? His kills total is so darn high, I can't even see him anymore. He is going to have 61 kills. Sophia, I think, is catching up, but yeah, there's still such a big difference between them, but Sophia still with the 45 kills, quite the total. Cheesy Kimbap, 39 kills. Bio 62, 37, and Live Action going to be featuring in this cumulative kills list for the first time. 36 kills, definitely doing the work for Team Hype.
Not only is he the top fragger for the side of Team Hype, he has also been able to survive really long. It has been proven in the previous game as well, where he was the last man standing for Team Hype, and he got that one knock, leaving himself going on a 1v1 with Dreams YR. But of course, if you guys may have blinked an eye in a couple of all these sorting moments, this is going to be the highlights coming in your way, as we will cover things up from the first game all the way up towards the finish line for day number 4. Of course, thank you guys for tuning in, as we also like to thank PUBG Corporation, Geek Events, KNK Revolution, and Cost Effect. So, player of the day, I'm pretty sure we got a lot to cover for this highlights.
Absolutely. Let's get stuck into it right away. And of course, we did start with the Miramar segment here. Xavier, unfortunately, not able to get past the opening minutes here for the very first game. Unlucky there. But FFG would be looking to see a good bounce back. But yeah, this was the awesome playing for Anga. He was going to be able to take down Uruhara, almost single-handedly getting the 3K to start the day off. Nice and dandy for the likes of Revive Team, but of course, running into more problems here in the form of BJS, but Anga was up to the task. He was going to be able to clear things out, as was his teammate.
Yeah, and back towards the side of Flood, we see him a whole lot in the kill feed. We don't always get the camera on every single one of his kills, but that will make a sick montage, because this guy has been consistently the top fragger of the tournament. Well, Downey gets a beautiful spray right downhill to end the lives of Acer Esports.
And this is exactly when Miracle was able to get his 3 downs there onto Battle Arena Elites. Could only capitalize on the Loki's down though, but this was definitely going to put the brakes onto Battle Arena Elites and preventing them from really running away with things at the start of the day. They would go on to running away with it in the end of the day. Oh, this is where we have to watch for the 90-degree nade if we can. Zos Batek here are going to be able to catch him. Oh, didn't quite catch the nade, I think.
And I think that there are so many of all these golden moments for Ezo as well, where he also managed to get a clip going over on the side of Dreams Warrior, and 24K. They went in towards the scuffle, which didn't really result in their favor, especially with Battle Arena Elites coming right down below. But it was also the bio show right here, as he goes in for the tap, fishes off by the edge of his feet.
Yeah, and it was a nice move there by the Team Max player to try and go through the vehicle and change seats there. Koyo not able to sustain, as Bio62 was up for the task. Neferhor was the last player here from Battle Arena Elites, and really doing a number here onto 24K, denying them the space. Ultimately, he wouldn't be able to sustain, but this just opened things up here for Spaggy and M0 to really come out with it. It looked bad here for the rejects, but Spaggy was the clutch machine, popping up and taking out both of the remaining members there. 24K could only weep and hope for a better outcome next time.
And heading in towards game number 2, we saw a Slide 80 pick up the very first kill of the day, while Battle Arena Elites will be moving in towards the east side with a lava long-range shots. This is the first one coming in from Polly, while Answers here had an interesting battle here alongside with CGM Wolf, while Robinoid gets that really insane headshot, through that moving vibrato.
But Rejects, again, trying to put through a couple of consistent performances here, but of course, the conditions were absolutely treacherous for them to try and navigate the waters here on the way to another win or not. But there was going to be a lot of contention from likes of PMA and Hype, who were trying to stomp out the competition. Hype would go on to get double-digit kills in this game, albeit they did face problems later on. But the Darkest coming up over the top, he was going to be the bane of the Rejects, not allowing them to really get a significant foothold in this game and replicate the success that they managed to get in match number 1.
Yeah, and that itself was an intense battle up top of the hill, but Flood closes the chapter upon 24K, and Hype, they got quite a number of huge frags by this round, and Johnshot was lucky enough that a couple of these bullets have been reflected by that pan, and eventually live action, of course, gets that 6K on his hands, and slowly they close out the entirety of the corner of the western side. And as for FFG, we saw Saber really struggling to move right in, and as for Answers, goes in for a couple of these taps to secure a knock right down below.
Yeah, not a lot of space for the FFG players to move into, and really just having to rely on the curvature of the terrain for any measure of safety. Hype, though, would be forced out from their safe alcove and be a little bit more dicey. And the Rejects finally meeting their end after the sprays through the smoke were going to be successful. Aoki getting close and personal, but it was going to start to swing into the corners of PMA as they were going to be able to close things out. Both Hype and Bad Boys Gaming here seemingly getting eliminated in the center of the park. Not a lot of luck going for them. ACR would look to try and do what they can, but only to meet quite a bit of obstacles.
Yeah, Black Darkest had a really good spray, but he still gets knocked out from another different angle coming from the side of Acer Esports. Well, it was Aoki's turn to shine, but look at the duel. He went in for this sort of spray. We thought that he would be able to get it, but he switches out for his M4 6 times, which didn't really get himself that kill, especially when he goes in for that tap. Maybe if he zooms in for that 3x sort of the shorter sight, then maybe he would have probably got it in the back.
Yeah, and CGM Wolf trying to turn a corner here by taking a decisive team fight, but it was going to only be sporadic bits of 24K that they could try and take advantage. Some of the nades would be inch perfect though, as no escaping from that one, but it would go onwards to see a little bit more resistant. VTS again trying to posture around the side of Revive team, but it was always going to be a bit of trading of blows tit for tat, but in the end still coming out on top.
Zosp's tech moving in towards the side of Team Max, and they went in for this really close combat where Esses really picked up a couple of numbers here, and of course they didn't really check corners coming across, with Team Max being a little bit too caught up from the other corner. And we start off with another game here where Pasha gets a free pickoff on Savior.
Yeah, and the DPS here, the barrel, really coming into forefront, and this is where some of the shots coming out from the team members really on point from the likes of CGM Wolf. Some of the better team engagements that they had, but that would be the shining light for their day. But it did seem like ACR Esports didn't have anything that they could do to overcome likes of Team Hype in this particular situation. VTS would try and claim the spot as king of the hill and try and dominate as much as they can from the elevated position.
Moriyama gets that beautiful spray inside alongside with Kamal Kendricks, while Bio62 was the only Lone Ranger left for inside of 24K to be playing inside of map number 18. Well, Ghostly Boy had the most insane of a shot. Look at this. A couple of times we thought, nah, it's not going to be able to do it. But he did manage to tap it through. Look at that range, is more than 250 meters if I calculated that.
Yeah, awesome long-range shot. I think that's the furthest shots that we've seen, or at least the most impressive one for the series. But now, Battle Arena Elites, they would start to return to doing Battle Arena Elite things, as they did face a little bit of problems trying to face off against Area 51, though. As it wouldn't be smooth sailing. Vites, of course, having the vantage point on top of the hill. That was going to make life incredibly difficult, but Area 51 would incur the losses. Neverhor claiming that one, and at this point already, BAE on the verge of those double-digit kills, and this is where they would get a little bit of problems from that top of the hill.
And for Battle Arena Elites, they managed to frag it out for quite a number of times, especially for Loki's here, who really popped off inside of this game. Robinoid didn't really manage to get too much of the action much later on. Well, Loki's here. We saw him really getting that knock towards the left action, and it went on a 3v3 fend-off between two of these best teams out here.
And again, Hype versus BAE. So close things out, but it would always be Battle Arena Elites in this circumstance to be able to rise above the challenge and really finish things off for our Miramar segment.
And as for Miguel right here, this is the trade between Huruhara and Cryptid that didn't really result well. Let's analyze this as we go. Miguel opens up with that headshot. While over on the lower side, of course, we saw one more member of the side of Cryptid running in, and later this is where they start to engage with a couple of all these nades being thrown to each other.
But yeah, this is again a clear example of the kind of early game fights, which is not conducive for your late game aspirations, as we found out both Cryptid and Huruhara both drop out relatively early in this game, only to have claimed basically the kill points from each of these teams. But Etsas here, again, he was actually fragging out for his team, unfortunately not able to carry them further away here, getting the triple right at the end, but with only the 1 HP and the blue zone, won't carry the torch any further.
Yeah, at the very least, he gets a double solo plays coming in for those sort of the sick frags that he managed to achieve. One in this round and another one being in the very final round as well. Well, Geek and the rest of Bad Boys come in pretty late towards the circle, while Acer Esports will be slowly having Quadro here to snipe on top of the hill against Team Max. And yep, this was a really easy pickup for the side of Quadro.
And this particular match was characterized by the fact that we did see both Team Rejects and Battle Arena Elites having some decent positions here, but again, we would see two different stories emerging. But yeah, ACR not having the best of luck on top of the hill. Bad Boys seemingly couldn't decide what they wanted to do and just couldn't make it out of the shack in time, as it seems as though the Bad Boys would feature a bit higher in general on Miramar than they would on Erangel.
And this was an invade coming in from the Rejects. That was a really close call where you saw Batman as well as M0 Boys both getting knocked out, leaving only Cheesy Kimbap to really save the day. And later on, we saw BAE really running rampant across those fields of Erangel.
And this is starting to be when BAE started closing things out. The decisive fights here against CGM Wolf. They took this 2-2 battle and was able to meet the challenge head on. No match were the CGM Wolf players here, as all just not able to even get a single elimination in this fight. The Rejects, though, they would try and rise to the challenge, see the action in the kill feed, but only Badman and M0 would come out for that one. Cheesy Kimbap would be left alone here, and as a result, Battle Arena Elites just able to close things out here against Vites as well.
A little bit of a Molotov being thrown in from the side of the Answers to hopefully connect. And Hype were really drawing the line against the rest of BAE, and eventually they managed to really pull that win towards their side. Well, as for Bad Boys, where am I really opening up the round on top of Hillfox, which usually would be the other way around, with Hillfox really coming up pretty clutch, while Savior got himself a really good frag up to these third tier kills, and Bozo as well has been able to really draw things out. But you know, little did they know, FFG, they did have a little bit of a big blunder here as they managed to nade their own teammate.
Yep, so the communication not quite where it needed to be, and it's not one but two grenades that dealt that kind of damage there, but they would ultimately not be punished too far for that one. But things started to heat up on the island, Novo being the center of attention. But PMA, this is where the climb of their monstrous 23 kills began, and they were going to make sure that they had decisive fights. FFG, they would be having one of their better games in terms of just being able to frag out in this zone. But again, they would face be in a very disadvantageous position when fighting against the likes of PMA that we'll probably see later.
Yeah, and Kashyyyk can get that beautiful spray right across, and he will still be taken out by the members of PMA. Taps after taps, PMA does not stop, while Loki knows that this is going to be one good freebie coming in from the bottom side of the hill, which is in the form of ACR as well. And yeah, eventually they were running outside of the blue. I'm not too sure if that was even a great idea to begin with for Hosea. Wow.
Yeah, so now looking at BAE, they would be able to dominate to a certain extent on top of the hill, but again, it's just going to be a vantage point offering a lot of ability to track the movements of other teams, but it was PMA that was down and dirty. But now, Crifted taking the fight here against the likes of Area 51. Edsas here will come up huge. He would get not one, but two, and then the third, and look at how much the guy had to swing. Excellent plays coming out from him. Came down to the 1v1 versus Hype and PMA. And it was always going to be Dreams able to clutch that one out.
I always wondered what kind of settings do some of all these pro players actually go for, especially for Etsis, who really swung it almost 180 to really snap back at the enemies that were shooting from that corner. But man, so many clutch plays coming out, and live action, of course, were the final men for the side of Team Hype. But it was definitely a stellar showing coming in from the side of Dreamspire, with about 8 to 9 frags to end off the entirety of the day. And of course, it has been a long one for not only the players, for all of you guys back at home as well, as we thank you for your patience. And of course, thank you for staying with us all the way through to enjoy all these games of PlayerUnknown's Battleground. So I believe this will be the end for day number 4 play of the day, as I'll be saying my goodbyes. Anything you got to say before we end the show?
Well, again, big thanks to PUBG Corporation, Geek Events, K&K Revolution, and Cause Effect for making all of this possible. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, you can catch us again. We still have another 2 more days of play to go, and you can catch us here on the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Facebook page, or the Geek Events Facebook page or YouTube channel. We'll be live from tomorrow +8 GMT at 8 p.m. for another 5 rounds of action.